morning, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. How we doing? Hope you're good. Welcome to Ted HQ. Ted Coningsby channel live here at Ted HQ. How we doing? Stayed on. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Home of 5 Typhoon squadrons. Between them, training, the school for junior Typhoon pilots, policing the skies, training the Qatari Emirate Air Force with 12 Squadron, 29 Squadron carrying out the operational conversion unit for pilots with their QFIs, training for weapons, armourers, engineers, technicians, all at the 29 Squadron. We've also got a test and evaluation squadron, 41 Squadron. You know how it is. You get the latest and greatest goods, you test them out, give them a test ride, come back, evaluate, let RAF Waddington know. Why Waddington? Because that's their HQ. Then we've got Free Fighter Squadron. Oh yes. Free Fighter, the first to fly heavier than air aircraft. Hence the cockatoo mythological character, the cockatrice. Looks a bit like an angry hen, an angry chicken. And being established and founded near Stonehenge, their emblem represents a monolith, a trilithon if you like, at Lark Hill. Next up, number 11 Fighter Squadron, a combat ready squadron just like Free Fighter. 11 Fighter Squadron are renowned and have a history of being the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron. Oh yes, since 1915. And of course, since 1976, RAF Coningsby has been home to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Spitfires, Hurricanes, Dakota, Lancaster. Oh yeah. And even 2 Chipmunks as well for trading and recceing. RAF Coningsby opened on the 4th of November 1940 with Bomber Command running the show for them with number 5 Bomber Command Group. Oh yeah. You alright? Good. And if you're making your way already, the car park is full, so please use the alternative car park in town. It's free for the first 2 hours and it's quite reasonably priced too. And it's only about 15-20 minute walk to get to this exact spot. So if you are making alternative parking, please park legally and sensibly elsewhere, please, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Please stay away from the farmer's land, don't walk on it, certainly don't park on it. Please respect it, and of course you will find a red and white fence on this side of the base. Please do not stand there, you will be in trouble. It's a busy one. Big shout out to Steve and the burger van behind me. Get yourself breakfast, brunch and lunch from Steve. There are bins provided, although you're going to have to improvise because there are no toilets.
Yes, buddy, how you doing?
The bingo part.
The bingo?
Oh.
Yes, 2 o'clock. Yep.
Why did they do it at 1500 yesterday?
I don't know. Was it because he quickly fit that in, didn't he? I think it was because originally it was Tuesday and Thursday, and I think they have to probably get authorisation for that. Yes, it was in it.
Was he? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it would have been. Guns and bombs ready, they were going to use it. Cloud was awful. Cloud was just shocking. As soon as they went, it would have been dangerous going 500 miles per hour, then suddenly you see a target.
You know the technology lined up back.
You alright though, yeah? Yeah, good man, good. Getting a bit full in here now, isn't it? It's not even summer yet. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Here we go. So we got plenty of Typhoons here at RAF Coningsby, as you'd expect. This is one of 2 Typhoon stations as well. Also, they are one of 2 QRA stations here in Britain. This is QRA number 2 South, RAF Coningsby, and QRA station North number 1 at RAF Lossiemouth. Not forgetting the 1435 flight, who also take care of QRA operations out in the Falklands at Port Stanley. Sorry, not Mount Pleasant, not Port Stanley, but you know what I mean. Oh dear. QRA, quick reaction alert. Between Coningsby and Lossiemouth, they protect UK airspace at a click of a button. Typhoon made in 4 different countries. That's right. Italy take care of the left wing, along with parts on the stabilizer. Right wing, Spain. The main fuselage, Germany. Marconi BAE Systems, Leonardo. Rolls-Royce, Britain take part in software development and Rolls-Royce engines. The Rolls-Royce EJ200 engine produces 15,500 pounds of dry thrust with the reheats on.
producing an extra 30%, bringing it up to 20,000 pounds of thrust each. On an aircraft that weighs very little, 82% carbon composite, keeping its metal profile extremely low. The Royal Air Force's Typhoon is designated as a Typhoon FGR4, stands for Fighter Ground Attack Reconnaissance Mark IV. Now, not to be confused with Tranche 4, because we don't have a Tranche 4 here. The latest and greatest that we have is a Tranche 3, which I can point one out to you. This one here is a Tranche 3. The Typhoon of the Royal Air Force has had a engine adjustment, so the Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines, Eurojets, have been modified, and they've had the max speed decreased, but more responsive, and I guess for better quick response acceleration, I guess. Typhoon is a Delta Wing 4-plane configuration, and inside that beautiful nose cone, the radome, inside here a ECR developed by Marconi. The captor can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away for fighter aircraft, and lock onto targets 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft. Can lock onto 20 to 30 targets, prioritize on 6. It is a multi-role aircraft to deliver ground attack, from air to ground attack strikes, low level, very agile. So the Typhoon's also got a lot of survival as well. Oh, here we go, our first set of movements for the day. Back, not on my model, I'll have to add one. It's almost like a nib that sticks out. It's right at the back, you may see it. That's just above the nozzles. There's a little antenna that sticks out like a nib. If you can see that, right at the back of the stabilizer. It's that's called the MAW, M-A-W, and that's a missile approach warning antenna. So a bit of Wellington there. You can see that at the back now, look. Decoy antenna pylon on the right, tractor dispensers underneath, flare dispenser as well, and a tractor to assist.
Typhoon. Can also carry a lot as well, with about 13 hard points. What we call a 12+1 with the fuel tanks as well. Capacity of 9,000 kilos. That's 19,800 pounds. Now, on an aircraft fully fueled, fully loaded, the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio is phenomenal. From just brakes to 8 seconds, the aircraft can rotate into 50 to 60 degree into a vertical climb, and then 22 seconds later it will be going supersonic. Of course, don't forget to hit the like button. You've been cleared for your departure on the like button. Please hit the like. Let's get this channel and the stream going, and of course subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, and also marry it up with the notification bell button as well, so you don't miss out on our latest and greatest live streams and videos. Are you? So we have plenty of Typhoons taxiing down. We're using runway 25 currently. The clouds should get better later, the cloud base. How you doing? Morning to you. You alright? You did? Yeah, me too, mate. Me too. Enough for now. It's not the best, you know. Should clear up later. First departure coming up very shortly. Right, kiddo. Nice to see a few familiar faces as well. Right, here we go. Our first departure of the day coming up. There we go. Right, so this, just move the tripod just a little bit. There we go. All good, all good, all good. Enjoy the sounds. Hope you enjoyed that cracking sound of that air being sucked in and compressed and combusted. Love that cracking, that whipping sound. It's beautiful. It's good. Okay, so good start to the morning. There are still typhoons spooling right now as well, so plenty more to go. So runway 25 at the moment, and I think we may have easterly winds either later or tomorrow. Flight 2, I think this one. Taxiing out already, so enjoy the noise. Later. If you are making your way, the car park is full. There is an alternative car park in the town. It's about 15-20 minutes away by foot if you wanted to walk back to this spot. Although there's some good shots from the main ASP down by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight area as well, so that's good.
41 Squadron next. Looks like Righty's favourite squadron as well. They are a test and evaluation squadron. During the Second World War, the 41 Squadron, with the Echo Bravo proudly applied to their Spitfires as their squadron markings, flying the Spitfire. That saw action over Dunkirk and during the Battle of Britain in the early years of the war. Now combat operations flown from Britain over German-occupied Europe during 1941 and 44. Before the squadron moved to the continent after the Normandy landings. During 44 and 45 they supported the Allied advance into Germany. Formed in Gosport in April 1916, so predating the Royal Air Force. And the nucleus began from a 28 Squadron Royal Flying Corps, so they started off as number 28 Squadron, again a Royal Flying Corps squadron. However, 22nd of May 1916 the squadron was disbanded again when it was renumbered to 27 Reserve. So bit of a fun start for them, but they reformed on the 14th of July 1916, and that was from the nucleus of the 27 Reserve Squadron. Started off with the Vickers FB5, the gun bus and the Airco DH2, the Scout, which you can see that example of the DH2 at Shuttleworth Museum. Eventually replaced in September 1916 by the Royal Aircraft Factory FE8. 18 aircraft departed Gosport. The 225 miles flight to St. Omer, but only 12 actually made it, the others landing elsewhere for technical issues. And they do have the St. Omer Cross, which is probably where they got that from. So, they've flown various aircraft here at Coningsby, such as the Harrier here at Coningsby and the Tornado, with, of course, 41 Squadron. Here they are, seek and destroy. So sometimes you can see them with some very fancy hardware underneath. Spooling, so don't worry about that. And of course, what goes up comes back, so lots of arrivals for later. Let's have a quick look at 41 Squadron again. ZK379, probably my most popular for performance takeoffs. Taken part in a lot of battles, 41 Squadron, including the Battle of Cambrai, Battle of Arras, Battle of Messines,
Took part in the German Spring Offensive in March 1918, Battle of Amiens in August 1918. They've certainly been around with lots of combat, seeing 17 or around 17 aces that served with number 41 Squadron, including William Gordon Claxton, Frederick McCall, William Ernest Shields, Eric John Stevens, Frank Sodden, Russell Winnicott, Jeffrey Hilton Bowman, Roy W. Chappell, Alfred Hemming, Frank Harold Taylor, Malcolm McLeod, Loudon McLean, also the future Air Vice Marshal Meredith Thomas, and William Gillespie, earning aces under 41 Squadron. Got a lot of Canadian aces as well in there. 10 of the squadron's pilots and ground crews were awarded DSOs, a mix MCs, 9 DFCs, MMs, and mentions in the dispatches as well. So after the war, they reformed the RAF Norfolk on the 1st of April 1923 with the Sopwith Snipe. And then following the declaration of war on the 3rd of September 1939, 41 Squadron spent most of the several months on the monotonous routine patrols in the north of England. And then by the end of May 1940, the squadron flew south to RAF Hornchurch to participate in the evacuation of Dunkirk. They participated in the Battle of Britain as well. They spent some time at RAF Catterick. So the Spitfire was their thing. I've got a lovely formation picture, which I got from the Battle of Britain memorial flight, actually. Formation of Echo Bravo, the squadron markings for 41 Squadron. Beautiful, beautiful photo of their Spitfire Mark 12s. In February 1943, the unit became first of only 2 squadrons to receive the Mark 12 Griffin engine-powered Supermarine Spitfire. Took part in escorting bombers in late June 1943, escorting around 150 B-17 Flying Fortresses and the B-26 Marauders. Also supported the D-Day landings on D-Day itself, with losses to the squadron as well. And they took part in an offensive to attack the V-1 flying bomb stations as well. And the squadron claimed 53 V-1s destroyed during the war. Several pilots succeeded in bringing them down. So if you remember, I told you about the V-1s. In fact, I'll show you what that looks like. It's something good for 41 Squadron. Typhoons taxiing.
So the V1 flying bomb, the Vergeltungswaffe #1 vengeance weapon V1, or the Fiesler FI-103, which was also called a, now although the official name for it was the Fiesler FI-103, the Vergeltungswaffe #1. It was a Fiesler FI-103, and of course in Britain we called it the buzz bomb or the doodle bug. And what it was, well, you could call it the first ever drone, or probably better to call it the first ever cruise missile. And it literally was loaded with fuel to get to its target, and once it ran out of fuel, it was going to dive. This is a V1, there it is, and controlled, powered, and its guidance system, a gyro compass, so it's basically an autopilot with its gyro, and once it ran out of fuel, that was it. It would dive down and make that that sound, whistling, I guess. I think it whistled, or did it just go quiet? I can't remember if I'm thinking of the but look at it. Absolutely mad, isn't it? Had an operational range of about 160 miles, and 41 Squadron took out around about 53 of these bombs. And engine was the Argus AS 109-0104 pulse jet engine, and literally a flying bomb. So the thing is, the speed of it was pretty impressive as well. So they had to, not many aircraft can actually catch this up, but luckily by the time this come out, I mean, we're talking about 400 miles per hour flying between 600 and 900 meters. So the problem is trying to take this out. You didn't have many aircraft that can get to those sorts of speeds, so the Griffin powered was probably your best option. And the story goes is that one of the pilots, they tried to shoot it down, no doubt, but the thing is, once you've run out of ammo, what do you do? So one of the pilots noticed that it was obviously unmanned, run out of ammo, and all he could do was have a little think about maybe trying to rattle it. And the story goes, at first, when the pilot in the Spitfire 41 Squadron got close, he thought that it could explode on impact, and he thought it was going to, but it was his nav, because it went all red as he got close to it. This could have been friction, he thought, but it was actually the light underneath, the nav light underneath the wing of the wing on the Spitfire. So that's the case. So what the pilot did is try to tap it, and it was losing control, and eventually they worked out that you could knock it down and take it down. Now that was your last method. If you couldn't shoot it down, you could knock it down. So 41 Squadron taking care of those. There you go, a V1 on the Ted Coningsby channel. Mosquito's got a lot of kills on them as well, a lot of aerial victories. So 41 Squadron again, having lots of history. Like I said, a seek and destroy. So in 1945, the squadron moved forward with advancing front and made its first base in Germany. Only a day after 1946, on the 1st of April, they disbanded in Germany, but a day after they reformed at RAF Dalcross in Scotland as a fighter squadron by renumbering from 122 Squadron, reverted to the Supermarine Spitfire, and this time with the Mark F21, Mark 21. The squadron flew its first Spitfires for the last time on 18th of August 1947, so they've got a strong connection, 41 Squadron, with the Spitfires. So they became a day fighter unit again in January 1951, flying the Gloucester Meteor, and eventually the Hunter. Don't forget, the Typhoon's been here since 19th of May 2005. Bringing it here was number 17 Squadron. While still around, they fly the F-35B in Edwards Air Force Base in America. So 41 Squadron also operated the Jaguar GR3s as well at Coltershore. '41 Squadron, have also got a distinction of being the last fighter squadron ever to be based at Biggin Hill. The departure of the unit marked the end of an era for the station in every sense of the word, as thereafter it was relegated to non-operational status and only used by London University Air Squadron. They did have a series of being a reserve squadron later on, but 41 Squadron's 1946 disbanding, this too is a mere technicality. And on the 16th of January 1958, just the day after being disbanded, 141 Squadron based at RAF Coltershore near Norwich in Norfolk dropped the 1 at the beginning of its number and thus reborn the 41 Squadron. So in doing so, they automatically absorbed 141's all-weather Gloucester Javelin as well. Also spending some time at RAF Wattisham near Ipswich, July the 5th, 1958, where the Gloucester Javelin was replaced by the 4 FAW4s by FAW8s in January 1960. 41 Squadron reformed RAF West Rhineham. You'll find that with squadrons, whether US Air Force or Royal Air Force, they disband and stand up again, inactive, reactive, that kind of thing. You'll find that a lot in history. I guess it's the same story as with after the First World War. You've got something like 300 airfields. Do you need them all? Maybe not for now, maybe keep some, bring them back later, that kind of thing. So on the 1st of April 1972, here at RAF Coningsby, the squadron was reborn as a tactical fighter reconnaissance and ground attack unit with 38 Group Air Support Command.
So they were flying the Phantom FGR4s as well, FGR2s, Phantom F4. But, they started to commence their training on the Sipicat Jaguar GR1 aircraft on the 1st of July 1976. They commenced training with it as a reconnaissance unit. They did disband once again here, 31st of March 1977. But, due to that though, this allowed the Coltishall-based 41 Designate Squadron to drop the designate from their name and take the possession of the standard to adopt the squadron badge. We don't have it on this one, but that's normally where they hang out. In fact, let's get you a nice seek and destroy squadron markings. There you go there. So you've got a bit of background of 41 Squadron. They were doing all sorts of roles. They had a good, strong history with the Supermarine Spitfire. A nice little quirky little story about the 141 Squadron at Coltishall dropping the 1, becoming 41 Squadron. And of course, they were destined for the Tornado GR4 and the Harrier GR7 and GR9s. They did take part in a fly past as well, 41 Squadron. It became a fast jet and weapons operational evaluation unit between 2006 and 2010, and from 2010 they became a test and evaluation squadron based at Boscombe Down. And you would have seen during that time they would have had a bracket with the letter R as a reserve. So finally, Typhoons. So these markings here that you can see, that's 12 squadron markings. Now they're a joint Qatari, Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. So you'll have very experienced Typhoon pilots working with them as a QFI, a bit like the OCU Operational Conversion Unit. This is where the Qatari Emirati Air Force pilots will get full training from our Royal Air Force pilots. They stood up in 2018 and started to operate at Coningsby in 2020. So 41 Squadron, one of, let's have a look, number 11 uses it. Yep, they're one of a few squadrons that use the traditional Roman numeral, so XL1. Has no significance, just literally based on traditional ways of doing it. There isn't any meaning behind it. X1 on number 11. Yeah, 29 don't use it, 12 don't use it, 3 don't use it. If you see a Roman numeral number 3 on the tail of number 3 fighter, it's actually
a part of Stonehenge, and the reason for that is because, like I said, they formed near Stonehenge Aerodrome at Lark Hill. That's quite funny. That's a good story. And they got a little mythological creature because apparently, now there's a bit of dispute up Mount Olympus about this, right? Because Pegasus is having an argument now with the cockatrice. They've both got their own sort of like issues there. But the cockatrice apparently, according to mythology, was the first creature to fly. We don't know. There were no witnesses because apparently if you stared at it, you get turned to stone. So the witnesses have gone. Pegasus is like, you know, I want to fly. For those that are lover of horses, want them to fly, well, it's bad enough for seagulls. So can't imagine what that's like on your car. So, yeah, I've always said this without being too graphical. Seagulls are enough in your car vehicle, right? So I don't know what Pegasus will do about that. But anyway. Also, one thing to note with 41 Squadron, which I didn't highlight because we don't usually talk about it, was in 1965 they did reform on the 1st of September 65 as a missile defence unit. So kind of like non-flying. They were equipped with the Bloodhound Mark II surface-to-air missile. On that note, hello mate, you alright?
I don't suppose you know how to delete a channel on one of the scanners, do you?
I've never used one of them.
Okay, it's a Quancheng.
I've never used one of them.
Yeah.
Is there a button that you press that brings out a lot of options on one of the channels? So that top button, does it give you, does it give you any options when you press it? Oh man, I'll have a look at it in a minute for you if you want.
Okay. Yes,
I've
please.
never used one of them before.
Yeah.
Usually there'll be a button that you press on one of the channels, on one of the frequencies, and it'll give you options.
It's the info channel I'm trying to delete. It's
Right.
constantly running.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it in a sec for you, buddy. All right.
Okay, thank you.
You've got it, mate, yeah?
I think so, but I don't know how you select it to delete it though.
Okay. Oh, right, I've not used one of them. I'm not familiar with that brand. Did it come with a manual? I know it's silly for me to say, but have a look. There might be like a function button. Is it like an FN button? Oh, listen to these cute little birds. Listen.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes. Now, let me see if I can get them. Oh.
I'll see if I can find a video of that.
Okay, mate.
Yes, thank you.
They're oyster catchers.
Oh, is that what they are? Thank you for that. I'm intrigued by your book, by the way, Portrait of the Village, 1914, Woodall Spa. That's cool.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's like mine on
Oh, nice.
I borrowed it from
Ah. Oyster catchers, thanks for that. They sounded very sweet. I like that.
lovely. Do you know them? Black and white with orange feet.
Oh, yeah, I did catch them just then, so that was nice. They're a bit posh.
Nikos,
Hi.
quick question for you.
Yes, mate.
Can you explain something?
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Let me just lock this on. Yes. How can I help?
Right, quick question. I was saying to Linda over in that way, how come that's marked there and they're taking off that way?
There's two. There's one at the other end as well.
Oh, there's one the other end, is it?
Yes, I don't know the reason behind it, but yes, there's actually two. There's one down the other end.
Right.
There could be two things. One of them might be broken, so they can't move it all the time. So there's two, and then other than that, I don't know. But
Can you see where I was coming from? I've said to Linda.
yeah. But they still need to. There's crew in that one,
Right.
and when they're using this one, there'll be crew in that one. Now, places like Lake and Eve, they don't have a runway caravan, but there are little what look like KFC boxes,
Yes.
for better words. There are men in, or men and women. There's a crew in there to inspect and view. So it's a similar sort of thing, but they need to physically connect it and disconnect it. So earlier today, when they changed runway early in the morning before the airfield was open, the crew disconnected all the cables there and rigged it up at the next one.
Because, quote me if I'm wrong, but in that remaining their last line of defence before they get clearance, they have the final say before the.
It's more safety. It's like a visual. You're right there on the on the
takeoff.
Right on the threshold.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you're right there. So if there's any last minute like bird strike warning potential, there'll be a flare fired from there. So it's like a visual inspection. Someone to have there. So it's actually quite dangerous to be there, to be honest, if you think about where it is.
Yeah.
But they are more of a visual communication between them and comms and people.
Right.
All right.
So it's the tower. It's the tower really then that has the final say.
They will have the clearance say.
Yeah.
They're more of an outlook post, right close to it at any last minute, because bird striking close to here is going to be more potential.
Yes.
Whereas control of the birds is more managed inside.
Right.
You can do that, but right there, that's your last resort for anything. So it's more like a visual thing.
Right.
Anything happen, like if there's anything on the runway, like a bit of debris, a bit of fog, they can contact and let them know.
Matter of interest, mate, where are you heading from here next?
Tomorrow I'm at Lake and Eve
You're
tomorrow.
up there to Lake and Eve.
Yeah, and then
Roughly how long does it, if matter of interest, then how long does it take you to drive from here to there then?
I don't go from here, so I'll just go home because I'm an hour away from everywhere. So
Right.
Apart from Lossy Mouth.
Right.
I wish that was an hour away, but it's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all good.
Lake and Eve, it's one I'd love to try it, but I've never been.
Yeah, go for it. It's about an hour 45, hour 50 from here.
Yeah.
If you go from here, but yeah.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm off to Cosford in June.
Oh, nice. You'll enjoy that.
I'm off to the open day with my sister.
Nice.
We're setting off from Grimsby at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then she's just driving me down there.
Oh, wicked.
So I said to her, I said, well, do you buy the tickets? I said, I'll pay for your fuel.
Nice.
So, but it's nice seeing you again.
You
anyway,
too, mate. You too, buddy. Have
That's
fun.
right, buddy.
And this is the AWCU. You can hear the one of the pre-recorded distress signals. They can have they've got various methods. Some are homemade, some are they use flags, different coloured flags. Sometimes they'll use the vehicle, they'll play the horn just to scare the birds away or wildlife. So they are officially now called the AWCU. That's what's written on the side. That stands for Airfield Wildlife Control Unit, keeping things sweet and neat with all things wildlife, not just birds. Although birds are going to be a consistent threat, there are also things on the ground that can cause problems too. They do have a rifle, a flare gun, and they can of course use falconry as well, which we have seen before. It wasn't live that I got that, but I did get a nice video of falconry being used. Again, another method to try. Deers, unfortunately, they have to be they're not dealt with by AWCU. They have to get a specialist for that. The funniest wildlife I've ever heard was a squirrel inside the Spitfire. That's probably one of the funniest things that I've heard. Oh yeah, oh, I'd love one, yeah. T2, yeah. Hawk T2, that's good, I like that. That's good, I like that. Thank you, that's great, thank you. T2, I've never noticed that before. Yeah. How are we doing, ladies, sheds and teddy bears? So plenty of typhoons out at the moment. The weather is predicted to clear later on today. You alright, buddy? Yeah, I think so, mate. I'm looking forward to that. Can't wait.
What's that, 13?
It's quite a bit, yeah, 13. It is V1. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, man, there's the Griffin-powered Spit to try to knock it out and. Yeah.
I think the Tempest had quite a good record against those.
It did actually, yes, you are right. Tempest, oh absolutely, good shout. Yeah, Tempest did indeed actually. I think it was the number one.
I know that the Merlins couldn't really keep up with it, could they?
Good old Phil, there he is. It's a wave to Phil.
He's definitely filmed it.
Yeah, yeah, you can see it just breaking a bit now. Yeah. Stuart G, AWC just flexing. It is just flexing. That was the vocab that shocked everyone. Flexing is when an aircraft is having an engine run. Normally you go, oh, engine run. It's flexing its muscles. It's not doing a lot, just flexing. So. Oh dear, oh dear. The T2 is on its way. Mighty, how you doing? Andrew C, Mark Moody, Phil Filkins, Alan Burden, Margot Mayhem. How are we all doing on here? Phil Filkins, White Wizard, what up? Also got Richard Brown, Ollie Brown, oi oi. Paul M. Hennings, oi. Oh. They're all here. Sorry, but you meant to be here, because if you're not, it's too late now. Apologies for those that shouldn't be here today, that are here. The camera will be facing this way if you... Oh, you're going to have a laugh, ain't you?
Yeah. Nice knowing you. You know how it is.
No, you know it is. Right, let's have a little look at the Typhoon. It's nicer with it, the speed limit. One for safety, and two, people can just, you know, give us an oi oi safer. I love some of the sounds on electric cars. They are quite funky. Julian's one that makes out, I don't know, it's like euphoric sound. Yeah. Yes, no, thank you. Thank you very much. There's a gentleman here with the t-shirt version of that one as well today. Yeah, there's a couple of t-shirts flying about. Oh, what you got, Ted? Oh, he's got Ted HQ. Nice, nice, nice.
I'm on commission.
He's on commission. That's our official Ted Coningsby model over there, Paul M. Ennings with the baseball hat. He's ready to go. Is it? Oh yes, I think you have. I did notice he was under the possession of someone else. Hello there.
What does it do?
What you got there, man?
My brother's been up Coniston with his friends,
Coniston, yes.
going up climbing,
Oh yeah, Coniston Water.
and he sent me stuff.
Oh, what's he been attacked by? Oh, I can hear it already. It's nice Coniston Water. Oh my god, it's blue skies.
I said to him, when he said he was going up there, I said, keep your eye out.
Keep
I said,
your
"I'm
eye.
sure."
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
I said,
Catch you after.
Thank you very much.
I said, you're bound to get some low flying. I think the first day, they were up by Windermere out and had the Typhoons. And they've had the 15s.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's been nice, really. They've had a few through, actually.
So you're so lucky with it.
I know, it's not always like that. Okay, right. All right, buddy, yeah. It's not always like that. Yeah, engine running. That sounds like from the other side. Oh, what, the sound? Yeah.
From over there, we could see there's a load out over there.
Oh, right, over this side,
There's
yeah.
a lot out, been pulled out.
There's like a few hangars opening. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Plenty of Typhoons out. Let's have a little chat, see how we're doing. Those that don't at the Typhoon, how we're doing, let's have a little chat about it. See if I've got some. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to the show. Right, here we go. Here's our little model of our Typhoon, our Eurofighter FGR4. Like I said, 82% carbon composite, so a posh way of saying plastic. A nice acrylic canopy as well with that, so giving it a low metal profile. So what do radars like? They're like heat, they're like metal. And well, the Typhoon does have very little metal, so let's say about 15% when you add every single part together, so that's quite impressive. Markings here feature number 17 squadron. Why? Well, they were the first squadron to receive and operate the Typhoon, and they came here on the 19th of May 2005. Now, the very original Tranche 1 Typhoons, they would have the serial numbers ZJ. So if you see ZJ9, they're your old ones. They were pretty cool. They had a real nice on the diagnostics module computer about here for the diagnostics here. It was lovely touchscreen. Yeah, it's quite a wet country, and when it got wet, it wasn't very good. So that's one of the downfalls of that, sadly. But anyway, lots of upgrades actually go on in time, and certain blocks happen inside that you can't see. So when the Tranche 2 come out, it wasn't touchscreen anymore, as advanced as what it was. But there we go. So what do we have here? So the Typhoon in its original, first of all, in its design stage, does have fly-by-wire, and on some of the prototypes, what they found on the aerodynamics of it was causing a lot of drag at the fuselage. Now, a lot of delta wing create a lot of drag where the wing is connected to the fuselage. So what they found, what they did, they started to they enhanced it by bulging out the fuselage a little bit. You'll notice that on quite a lot of aircraft that bulge out by the wings, or inwards as well, has a different effect. I guess it depends on the design. Now, because of its instability to be aerodynamic as well, and it doesn't have any elevators at the back, what the Typhoon does have to control the pitch and the angle of attack, and also to be used as a speed brake as well, is to have 4 planes here at the front. Now, they work simultaneously, they don't work individually, all right, the 4 planes on the Typhoon. Now, at the front, you've got your intake. Now, the engine on the Typhoon sits at just 20% of the fuselage, which is just about, here. That's tiny. But size doesn't match the power, because the power on the Typhoon with its weight, that's when it matters. We'll talk about that in just a second. Oi, oi. So the intakes have variable cowlings on there. They control the amount of air gone in, because obviously you need the right mixture, right? So the air goes in, but the problem is you can't see those compressor blades, the very first stage of your compressor system. The big fan at the front here sits about, I'd say it sits about there. This is called an S-duct. Now, some fighters have them, some fighter jets don't. Good thing about that is that you're hiding your heat created by the compressors. All right, that heat. What do radar like? They like heat as well. They can't see it, and you can't see it. And a lot of radars like to detect anything that looks like a fan, a spinny thingy. Now, Typhoon pilots have special software that is so advanced that sadly, when they're out of the North Sea, they actually detect what they think is a large aircraft, but it's not. It's just a wind farm in the sea. So that can be quite annoying. There we go. So you got a variable cowling. So that's called an S-duct air intake system. All right. So there you go with that one. Also, if you're going to go supersonic, which the Typhoon can do in just 30 seconds, it has a diffuser, a splitter, shall we say, here, because if you go supersonic speeds, you can have a lot of intake. So there's a special diffuser, and you'll see a lot of ribbons and stuff going on, especially on the F-16 here. This is a good thing when on design stages, trying to see the effects of aerodynamics and drag. They love seeing that. That means it's doing good, and they can see how the airflow works. Now with the 4 planes, that allows it to control. I did a little chart. I'm working on it. I'm doing a drawing of the airflow and the aerodynamics of the aircraft as well. So the Typhoon has a free LP, a free low pressure compressor, and a 5-stage HP, a high pressure compressor, which we'll talk about in just a moment. At the back, let's have a look. I'll tell you what, let's go at the front, the Marconi Captor ECR90. Let's start with the front of the aircraft then. So at the front, what you've got here is something that can detect that Marconi ECR90, which I guess is probably going to be upgraded at some point, or if not, it already has, and we don't know about it. It can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. That's quite impressive. This is known as BVR, Beyond Visual Range, all right? If you ever hear BVR, it's all about BVR. You see the movies, you see Top Gun, they're all doing their dogfight, and they're using their guns and whatever, but really, how do you make a movie if the aircraft's 160 kilometers away? That's the reality of it, which is why the B-27 Mauser cannon doesn't really get fired a lot, really for warning shots on light vehicles. But anyway, let's stick to it. ECR90 can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. That's impressive. And then 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft. That's amazing. Lock onto about 20 to 30 targets and prioritize on 6. So we spoke about the intake. Let's go a little bit over here. And over here that's missing, I will stick one on there. I'll make it up. It's like a nib. It's also, it's like a missile advanced warning system. So more MAW. That's more of a you know, a sort of like a life-saving antenna for the pilot to know, uh-oh, things are getting a bit wrong here. So that can detect any locks. You've also got a pylon here. That's your decoy pylon. Now, at first, I used to think it was a lanyard connected to a blow-up Typhoon. An inflatable Typhoon, Nikos. I mean, really? But yes, on an attacking pilot's radar, they will see a Typhoon, because the metal antenna that's been dragged along is dragged along, it's been towed, it's been carried along, this antenna. There's a few fighter jets that have this. It gives a profile of another Typhoon, so that the fake one's over here, but the real one's here. So that's quite cool. Underneath you've got chaff dispensers, you've got flares under here, you've got 13, so 12 plus 1 hard points, so you can, that plus 1 will be the extra fuel tank here, so you can stick free, you can put one here if you want to. That's your external, that's your drop tanks. Now the tranche free, if you ever hear me say that's a tranche free, first of all it'll be ZK, all right, and it can have a 3 and it can have a 4 on the serial number, but what we're looking out for is 2 bumps about here and here on the top of the fuselage. These 2 little bumps, they look like they got about 3 dots. That's where you can actually add conformal fuel tanks. These are fuel tanks that sit outside and hug the Typhoon itself. Now the Typhoon's engine is brutal. Let's have a little look at the Typhoon's engine, but I'm going to show you my generic engine. All right, one sec. I'll show you how the Typhoon, how it works. Let's have a little look into it. Now my diagram I'm going to show you is a generic one, all right? But here comes a free ship for now. Version Typhoon. Now the family version Typhoon and the sport version single seater, they are the same length, by the way. There's no difference in that form. Payload, as we mentioned, a good 19,800 pounds of payload. Fuel just under, sits around we'll off a guess now, about 17,500 pounds of fuel. So if you add those figures together, that's under 40,000 pounds. Now what that means is the thrust to weight ratio. If the thrust is 40,000 pounds, fully fueled, full payload, that's under 40,000 pounds. This is why the Typhoon can still skyrocket into the skies. And that's called thrust to weight ratio, which is why the Typhoon, very lightweight, with enough power to keep going and climb vertically literally from takeoff. Planes in the downward position, creating drag, so they can act like an air brake as well.
The Mauser cannon sits on this side. There's the grills just under the XXX. See the grill for the B-27 Mauser cannon. Now you may notice a different shade of grey on the nose and the top of the stabilizer. Those are sensitive areas of the Typhoon where starting to paint it could infringe on the performance of the Captor ECR90 and other antennas. That's why they're never painted. Looks like a go around. Departures. to RAF Coningsby's 17 Coningsby ATC. That's Air Cadets at 17. Oi oi, OC. Corey, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Future generation, and very fortunate for a cadet squadron to be on an active base. And what I love is also the 17th Squadron, the first squadron to operate the Typhoon with the Royal Air Force and bring it here. So we will be doing another TED Talk, hopefully towards the end of the year. Looking forward to that, and all the best to their cadets, our future generation, and all cadets as well, wherever you are. And it's nice to hear the various roles that they're going to take. Some wanted to be armourers, and one wanted to be a chef, which is quite cool. Love that. But whatever path they take, whether they take the Royal Air Force or not, they'll come out with the basics: discipline, appearance, and from us at the Ted Ozzie channel, wish them the very best with their Royal Air Force career. But it teaches them the basics. You know, that early interest at such a young level, and you know, we've got to keep that enthusiasm going. And it was nice to have some of the youngsters love our history chat as well. Some very knowledgeable youngsters out there, cadets. Some knew who Helen Seymour was as well. Helen Seymour, the first female Typhoon pilot. Also spent her last part of the career with 41 Squadron. To go out. nice touch. Really nice touch, that. That was a nice wing wave, that.
Yeah, lovely.
I like it when they do that.
Yeah, it's like moving.
Very nice. We've got another formation, maybe 3 coming in. Quite hard to tell in this weather, you see. It's a bit grey. Squadron to return, possibly a flight of 3. Britain knows now, but still can't see them. The clouds are so low. Hopefully, later on today, you never know. If we get lucky with the weather, we may get a practice display, and I'll talk to you about that if it's still looking good for it, because you may know already, but NAF has changed the routine. Now, if you are going to change your routine, you will need to start from scratch. Looks like a 2-ship now. Let's have a look. Yeah. Don't know where their other one went. Yeah, so if you change your routine, you can do, but you'll need to do a couple at 1,500 feet. So NAF's back to 1,500 feet just for this week, while he adds something new to the routine, so we may get to see that today. And next week it will go back to minimums again. too. So 2 and 2 in the circuit. One just about to land. Low approach. Love that transition there, 1 in, 1 out. So this is a low approach. Typhoons
airfoil wings. They're not flat, as in level. You can see that curve adding to the amazing maneuverability. Look at this, it's seamless. Look at this. Oh, he's turned out. Back to the main ASP, that's aircraft servicing platform. Alex will just say the main. But, this here is the main ASP, aircraft servicing platform. Massive shout out to all the ground crew, lineys as well. Busy days marshalling the aircraft in and out. With all the ground crew getting all these aircraft that have just come back ready for the next sortie. All shout out, a big shout out to all the ground crew, armourers, techs, fairies, as they call them, computer geeks, another official colloquial term, mechanics and all that. Beautiful. Yeah, sure. No problem at all. No worries, have fun. Hi.
Talking to you on a live chat. Potential aerospace engineer right there.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
She's chatting away to you as she's filming.
Oh, right, yeah, I don't get to see it, only when it like, has a little break, I like try to catch up.
That's what
Oh, right, is that what you want to do? Oh, wow, nice. I'll do it, go for it. Are you in the cadets or not yet? Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, that'd be great, yeah. Go for it. That'd be really good if you do it. Keep it up. You've got our support from here.
There you go.
All right, nice one.
Did you see that wing wave one?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that was cool.
Was it wing wave or was it trying to avoid something?
That for me that was a wing wave.
Wing wave.
It was a bit too. It was too good looking. It was too lovely. Well, there were. I didn't really see any. It wasn't really like. It looked great. It was too nice. Oh God, really? So I'll do my little housekeeping again. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So, as I said, ladies, gents, teddy bears, we are in the main spotting car park, the official car park. If there's no room, do not panic and don't park it illegally and cause problems. There is the car park in town, about 15 to 20 minute walk to get to here. All right, so it's very good price. I think the first 2 hours are free, and so on and so on. Now, the main road, if you are just going to cross the road once you've parked here, or if you come from somewhere else, take care when crossing the road. It is now lowered down to just 40 miles per hour, because it used to be 60. What's going on here? A departure. Performance takeoff. On the fence, cut the fence, please don't climb it in any way, so please spot sensibly, look after your little ones as well, and yourselves as well, adults. I know we get excited and just look at our viewfinder, the photo we've just taken, next minute we're on the road. Do not park anywhere else other than the car park. Like I said, if there's no parking, you know, just double yellows, no stopping, no parking signs. Under no circumstances do you park here. These are crash gates. There's about, I don't know how many crash gates there are in total. There's definitely crash gate 7 to my left. And under no circumstances you park there. They're crash gates, they are for emergency use. Everyone wants to get in my picture on the live stream. These are they're clearly marked emergency exit, keep clear. Do not park your car here. Should the unfortunate event happen where they need to use it, it's called crash gate for a reason. They will smash through to recover personnel and aircraft. All right, so please don't be that one. There are lights for vehicles to stop, and there's a good reason for it. Do not stand here on the red and white. Now, there's people there, that's fine. You just see those people just there. I won't go too intrusive. They're fine there. But if they were to go onto the red and white fence, that's a no. You will be asked to move on. And then under no circumstances do you go onto this. First of all, I mean, look at that. Yeah, that's MOD property. The lights, that's the landing lights. And of course the land is farmers' land. So please, you know, there's people climbing on these and stuff like that. It's not good. It's damaged. Look at that. It's not good. It's not right, and it just ruins it for everyone else. That's the approach. And this is not just for Coningsby. This is all over, all bases. Keep it sweet, keep it neat. You know, bring your own bags, put your rubbish. There are really good bins here, actually, really heavy ones. Here in the UK, you used to try and get a non-intrusive shot. There you go, bins on the. They're quite heavy, aren't they? They're really good with good lids on them. There's about 8 of them, 4 over there and 4 here. But like I've always said, bring a bag. On a windy day, it could just blow straight out. Bring your own bag, put it all in, and then just put it in there at the end to create a little bit of weight. Just little nice things like that, do you know what I mean? Don't be that one. Do you know what I mean? Of course, drones is a complete no. If you see anyone, spot anyone attempting, there are signs dotted around the fence with a number to call. Of course, if it's an emergency or in danger of life, call 999 and just spot safely and look after yourselves. The reason for that red and white fence, by the way, you've seen on 07 where they take off. It's to protect the jet blast. Now there's those chevrons that I talked about. They take off about here. Look how close the road is, which is why sometimes you get a red and white fence and sometimes you don't. It depends how close the takeoff zone is, all right? It depends how close it is to the road, to the jet blast. They're frangible, those to protect jet blast, to protect everything beyond it. Now, it can actually disrupt operations. It can stop departures or at least delay them, and you don't want to be that one. You
course, if you are making a day or a couple of days of it, don't forget to visit the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And the museum is free to go in. There's a gift shop, but if you want a hangar tour, it's about £11.50 for a hangar tour. You can't take any bags in there or anything, any handbags or bags. So just a pre-warning on that one if you are going in there. So, just a quick one for those that don't, that crow needs to move. Okay, come and strafe me. That was, oh. Now then, this is my generic jet engine. Now, it's not a Typhoon engine, but it's a generic one, and I'll explain how it all works. In fact, I've got some pieces of engines. I'm going to try and get you some compressor blades from Typhoons if they're actually available. I'm going to see if I can get some for you. But I've got a Buccaneer compressor off the Spey engine, off a Buccaneer, and I've also got a probably a stator vane as well. Stator vanes, they're blades that don't actually move around the compressor, so they're a little bit different. So a little few differences, okay, that make it different to the EJ 200 engines on the Typhoon. This is my generic engine here, okay, so the principle's the same. So what do you need to get your car moving? What do you need to get thrust in a plane? Well, you need the same as your motorbike or your car, the same principle. You need air, you need fuel, and you need to ignite it. That gives you thrust, or that ticks over your engine in your vehicle. So the thing is, how do you get a more economical way to get a nice mixture of air in there? How do you get so much air in there without trying to scoop it all up? Well, the thing is, what you do, you squeeze it, you squeeze the air. So if you imagine how much oxygen is in an oxygen tank of scuba diving, for example, there's actually quite a lot of air. Imagine those adverts where they say there's about 26 squeezed oranges in this fruit juice. Similar sort of thing, okay? So that's compression itself. The reason for compression is that you're actually maximizing the amount of air in a small space, and it's more combustible, it's easy to mix, so it's a bit like blowing into a balloon. It's got all that until it's more combustible as well. So you've got the front of your engine here, you've got the fan here, hence turbo, because you've got a turbo and a fan. Right, so the intakes are this way, miles away on the Typhoon. This engine sits at 20% of the fuselage. Now you see these blades here. Now I've got the low pressure compressor stage and the high pressure. Now there's three here. Now the Typhoon does actually have three of these big ones, and the Typhoon has 5. This has got about 13, I think, but this is why it's generic, so I can show you how it all works. So the air gets scooped in and it starts to compress the air. These are spinning blades, and there's also stator vanes that don't move, and they guide the air beautifully. They create pressure, a bit like the same pressure principle, how pressure is created to create lift on wings. Okay, so I will show you the blade in just a moment. So air is going through into the low pressure. It's not very narrow here until it gets to here. Now the high pressure, it compresses that air, it squeezes it. Okay, so the Typhoon squeezes the air 26 times, all right? Just trying to think of the others now, or is it 28? Hang on a minute. Yes, so the F-15E Strike Eagles engine, the F-100, compresses the air 24 times, the EJ-200 on the Typhoon, 26, and the F-35A at 28. That's amazing. If you think about us when you put air pressure in your tyre, one bar that went in on the Typhoon engine, it's now 26 times. If you imagine the scene out of
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with Veruca had to get squeezed. Well, there you go. So it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, so it compresses it. Air that doesn't make it here, that's called the bypass on the Typhoon, is 0.4 to 1. That's where your bypass goes in. So now you've got a load of air squeezed and squished. So this much air has been squished 26 times. It's now going to go in the hottest part of the engine, the combustion stage, all right? This is the hot section. So that compressed air is now going to be met with these spray nozzles. Now, this is an injecting system, a spray nozzle system, and they're evenly spaced out to get you a nice mixture of that compressed air. Now, like I said, if you imagine now, a little bit of air that much was 26 times bigger. All right, so it's been squeezed. So you've got a lot of air now compressed in a small space. Now you ignite it with like a spark, and once that explodes, this kinetic energy, this combustion, turns the turbines. You've got HP and LP, high pressure, low pressure. Now the high pressure compressor turbine, that's where your turbo is, the turbine. That, once that starts spinning, actually powers the high pressure compressor, and the low pressure turbine, once turning from the combustion and the kinetic energy, that actually powers the low pressure compressor. How cool is that? Now, if you were to leave this bit out, that is your standard jet engine, like in an engine of a Boeing 747 or something like that. Okay, that's how a jet engine works. This is basic. Haven't gone into the PhD skill level side of things. I am just keeping this basic for you. All right. So there you go. Now on the EJ200 engines, this is producing about 15,500 pounds of thrust. All right, on one. The Typhoon has two. Now, what about afterburner or reheat? Reheat, afterburner is the same thing, but look at the word. Think about the word. Reheating something. After burn. You're burning something after. So you've got different spray nozzles here. This is why now you're going to understand why it's not very economical, because jet engines are economical, especially when they got the bypass. Check this out. You are now spraying fuel and injecting it into that beautiful 26 compressed air, right? You are not doing that anymore. You're literally spraying pure fuel into a non-compressed air, which is why it's not very economical, but it does give you 30% more power. You are now bringing your Typhoon engine to 20,000 pounds of thrust each. So that's 40,000 pounds of thrust combined with both engines. So this is the difference with the afterburner or reheat. Okay, this is where it takes place. It takes place after all this has gone on. That gives you your thrust. All right, so that's how you're going to get moving. Like I said, this is not a particular engine. This is just my Ted's generic jet engine. Okay, so compressing that air is more economical. You're getting more air into a small space, which means more economical, more combustive. All right, combustive, is that a word? More combustible. There you go. All right, so there we go. So again, give you a few facts. Typhoon's engine 26 times compressed, and F-15 24 and F-35A 28. I think the lift system gives a 29 on lift mode or Stowville mode. I think it's 29 times the amount. There we go. That's your it's a twin spool as well, the Typhoon. I did have the Typhoon's engine here somewhere, but I'll have to dig that out. But you get the idea anyway. I'm going to show you what those blades look like. See if there's any typhoons on the way in. The weather's just starting to break out nicely. Right, give me 1 sec. I'll see if I can get you some compressor blades. 1 sec. So, if you imagine a large fan, so the compressor blades, this is off a Blackburn Buccaneer. There you go, so there's a load of these, and I'll just zoom out a little bit. So yeah, this is off a Spey engine, and one of the, I don't know whether it's an LP or a HP, low pressure, high pressure. Probably, I don't know, and a guess, probably a low pressure maybe, I'm not too sure, not 100% sure, but you can see the design of it. See how smooth and awesome. So you're going to get a load of these, like a massive, bit like a huge propeller basically. And as that air is guided, where's my, okay, what have I done with it? Seem to have lost a piece of tornado. Now inside there, you've got what's called, so those are the compressor blades, but you've also got this. This is off a Tornado, and these are stator vanes, all right? They don't actually turn. So, and the point of that is, as you're generating and trying to get that air through, this is just, I believe the purpose is to guide it correctly, to create that pressure and sort of channel it through and to get the right pressure. So there we go, that's just so you can have a look at a bit of Tornado and a bit of Blackburn Buccaneer. So you've got these that go around and these that don't go around. These are called stator vanes. The stator blades. There we go. That's right there now. Oi, oi. I've got another couple of punches to go. Hey, how you going? All right?
Good, thank you.
Right, how you doing, mate?
You're
right.
You should be right.
It's green now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's clear enough. So, remember today, so hopefully fingers crossed. Yeah, sure, yeah, you've got it. Yeah, I know what you mean. You take care.
See you later.
See you in a bit. Oh dear. So a very good evening, good afternoon, good day, good morning, wherever you're watching from in the world. Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby, also known as Ted HQ. Got a bit of blue skies now coming up. Departure, here we go. Steady bears, hope we're all good. Just noticed a question about, right, okay, so I think you're on about compressor stall, right? Okay, 1 second. So let's have a look here. Hang on. So as we mentioned earlier, someone's just mentioned about a compressor stall. I think that's what you mean when you get fire coming out on a quick surge, right? If you mean about the dragon fire that's like a little flame that keeps coming out of the F-15, which we've seen, that's something a little bit different. But So actually, it leads me on to explaining that if you get anything disrupting the compressor, that will affect the combustion, right? So let's think about it in the most basic way. Let's think about it. So let's take our Typhoon, compressing that air 26 times. Everything's spinning happily. Everything's going round to what it's supposed to do, right? Say, for example, a tiny bit of dirt got in, or one of these was deteriorating a little bit, or just had something in that engine that got ingested. We're talking about maybe a tiny bit, maybe about that much. This could start disrupting the airflow. Now, compressor stall is when you disrupt the airflow in here, all right, and that can be caused by FOD, definitely, as it gets ingested. The ingestion would cause the disruption of that beautiful compressing. So when you get to here to combust it, that's not your 26 compressed air now. It probably hasn't compressed it to that much at all. So you've got an imbalance of the amount of air. So when it combusts it, you get that massive flame that comes out, because I think what happens there, the mixture has produced a more rich fuel ratio over the air, or at least a different combustion type of air, because you've disrupted. I'm just trying to think about it in the most basic way, what that would cause, and I've explained that before. So a compressor stall is when you get something that disrupts the flow, so be it a piece of debris, FOD, or anything like that, or just some timing issue. There's most modern aircraft now have anti-compressor stall systems in there. That's beyond me. I wouldn't know that, but my guess would be, in a more like thinking about it in theory, if you've disrupted that. See, this is all managed by the amount of air and fuel mixture, right? If you've got the mixture completely different, that is going to generate a massive bang, and you know, a massive combustion of raw power, like bang. Maybe a blowout as well. It's a disruption of the amount of fuel or air that would cause that. So one of the two, if there's an imbalance of air or fuel, if the mixture's out, so be it, a compressor stall issue. That could be a very instantly quick one-off bang like that. So that's what that would cause it. All the physics of it I wouldn't be able to tell you, but what I can tell you is that anything that disrupts the air and the fuel mixture, because obviously it's tuned to a particular ratio, then you're going to get a massive flame at the back, because that's not what it's been intended to do, because you obviously have a nozzle to control that pressure as well, that's to match the airflow. So that's that. I think that's maybe what you, the dragon breath, as we say on the for the F-15. I can only guess and tell you that that isn't a serious issue, because otherwise they'd fix it. I think it's more they would need to do it when the time comes for to take the engine out and just to service it. I think it's something to do with the petals on the inside, or something is just slightly out of tuning, or I actually thought it could have been one of the petals to control that afterburner flow out of it, and it sprays out this. Because there's obviously got to be a bit of fuel spraying out like that, right, that's been burnt. So I'm thinking maybe it's a little bit of damage somewhere, but non-threatening. So there's clearly a non-serious damage somewhere that's causing that flame, because it's in a particular spot, isn't it, that massive dragon breath at the back of the afterburner. So I'm wondering if it's one of the petals that have gone out, or at the back of the afterburner injector might be slightly damaged. It could be just a slight little kink in it. I'm going to find out for you though. I will find out what causes it, but it's one of those two, or maybe I'm completely wrong, but I'm thinking about it in a logical way. Obviously something is spraying fuel like that, or burning it and combusting it, because it's keeping a nice breath. So it could be a tuning issue as well. So White Wizard, thank you. Yeah, it could be a tuning issue. I've just seen your message on there. Yeah, probably, and it's non-serious as well. Had a nice pairs take off. Right, here we go. So I'm going to show you this now. Look, the weather just completely different to earlier, right? Goodness me.
Cool. That crow was nearly in my face. Strafed by the crow, strafed by the crow. You too can be strafed by a crow for just $1.99 a month. Okay. Okay. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Let's have a look at the main ASB. It'd be 1,500 today. Yes. So welcome to 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit. That's where it all happens. And it's not just to qualify the pilots here at 29 Squadron. Now, operational conversion unit is what the squadron is called, an OCU. So you may be familiar with that, but what's it like at 29 Squadron? Well, 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit, this is where new pilots who have passed their fast jet training in the advanced flying training course, and the pilots would have been awarded their wings, but this is literally now, once they've got their wings, it's literally a case of your career path as a fighter pilot. Will you be going to Marham to fly the F-35B, or will you go to Coningsby for the Typhoon? Because there are operational conversion units for various aircraft. There's 24 Squadron at RAF Bryce Norton for the larger, heavier aircraft, the A400, Atlas, etc. So, and you've also got here at 29 Squadron, with special thanks to BAE Systems as well, who have put together a sort of like a ground course school. They've put together the software for it. It's literally a place to familiarise yourself with the Typhoon. So if it is F-35B that your career path is taking you to, then you go with 207 Squadron, which is the OCU for the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force on the F-35B. If your career path takes you for the Typhoon, you will come here to fly with the legendary 29 Squadron, a squadron that was once an English Electric Lightning, Javelin, and lots of other legendary elements, even a fighter squadron, and was even a... I've lost... Oh, Guy Gibson, Wing Commander. Oh, you've got to send me that. You've got to send me that one. I knew it would be good when you... yeah. That's yours, right? Oh, sweet, sweet. Yeah, send that, man. That's a water shot. We've just had a water shot moment, and it's going on. Thank you for that. That's awesome, man. That's so cool.
Can turn that down, repairs department.
That was brilliant, man. Thank you. Thanks for that. So the pilots. There's a lot of
Right, they've got to go. It's that time of year for flies and God knows what. So the pilots, after a year and a half of flying the Hawk T2, and by the way, that was an awesome water shot with the pairs departure and myself catching them. So they would have just been flying the Hawk T2, 2 years at RAF Valley. Now, like I said, the career path, if it's Typhoon 29 Squadron. But before we go into detail of the pilot's training path, like I said, it's important to mention you've got training here for armourers, the training for the line engineers, training for the weapons conversion unit, maintenance as well. Anything to do with the Typhoon, literally on all aspects, from ground to air, it happens here. 29 Squadron as a flying unit is made up of what's called QFIs, Qualified Flying Instructors. They will assist the training for the junior pilots in a more hands-on approach. It'll be a student instructor, but it will be more like student simulator instructor. But the first 3 to 4 months, literally that's it. They could roll them out into frontline, combat ready Typhoon pilots, because it used to take between, I think, 6 to 9 months, but that's quite a long time. 3 to 4 months, that sounds good. So in just 3 to 4 months, a pilot will become frontline ready Typhoon pilot. But before a new pilot gets to fly the aircraft, it's weeks and weeks of getting familiar. The first thing is to get to know the Typhoon, and that alone is done with the ground school operational course, again thanks to BAE Systems as well. And these new pilots who are destined to have a frontline fighter pilot career already know how to fly. The course will teach them to become competent Typhoon pilots. This lasts 8 weeks of the training, and will prepare them for their first solo flight by teaching them the Typhoon systems as well as how to fly it. Now, familiarising them with the cockpit, there'll be the startup procedures and all the other procedures that go with it, and you know, pre-flight, all that kind of stuff. And the unique G suit is also part of the training as well. Now, all aspects will be covered also. Then there is the power experience, right? So pilots would have never experienced anything like this type of power from their advanced flying training. And bearing in mind, they would have flown the Hawk T2, which has some punch to it, but not like a Typhoon. So to experience that, they'll take a ride in the back seat of the family version Typhoon, and the QFI will whack on the reheats so that the pilot can actually understand the power of the Typhoon. And if they're even more if they're going to get more of an experience, they will go into a performance takeoff as well. So I did laugh at a story I read about 2022 Typhoon display pilot, Flight Lieutenant Adam O'Hare, who I loved his write-up about, you know, this isn't so bad, and then suddenly bang, the reheats went on. So that's quite a funny one. But there we go. Then literally after 4 months, it's solo flight time. Now most QFIs will tell you that this is quite strange. It's nervous. They've just sent someone up in the sky. But just to take a little bit of the pressure off, the first time their trainee takes controls of the Typhoon, it will be just a taxi ride first, which we've actually caught live on the stream. So you'll see it gives them the confidence to work with the linees and the ground crew, and there'll be a couple of taxi runs. That's it for the day. That's all, folks, for the Typhoon pilot on that day as a trainee. It's just taxi. The next time will be the solo flight, and I can tell you from what I've read, QFIs are just nervous about this. They are sending someone up and they got no control over it. They've gone up in the sky. So you know, that's quite a thing. And then so once they're familiarized with their first ever solo flight, and that's not it. The thing is, to qualify, it's not quite ready yet. Work is not over. So there'll be aspects, because let's face it, this is for front line. This means ground attack training, aerial combat, or ground attack training, but all work is done first on the sim, then carried out. First on the sim, then carried out. The Thales simulator is a full 360-degree view of the world with all the pilot's requirements. The Typhoon display pilot also uses that. Exercises, they do take part even as junior pilots, because that gives them a real good taste of being in that kind of environment. Air-to-air refueling as well. And to finish it off, to qualify, they will be subject to flying with their QFI. And you've got to think about the nature of the whole aspect of frontline. The whole point is combat. So what they will do, they will go up, and this is literally a little bite-sized version of their exam, all right? There's a lot more we can talk about, but what the main thing, they will go up with their QFI, the QFI will make a few mistakes. The subject in a set time, let's say 2 minutes from the get-go, is to try, the junior pilot to pass needs to lock on to his QFI. Lock on as in, I'm going to get a lock on you and shoot you down. Not really, but you know what I mean, because in essence, this is the whole point of frontline. It's to have air superiority, and if you can't lock onto your target, then you know you don't qualify. It's as simple as that. And think, you know, a year and a half of Hawk T2, you know, 3 to 4 months of hard work training constantly, and all to be let down on not getting that lock in that set time. It is a set time as well, but once that's done, there's a few other things as well that they need to do, but that's ultimately the pass, the full point of it. After all they've trained, can they lock onto their QFI or whoever it is they're going to lock onto? And which is why exercises such as red flag are so important. It's like a war experience, but obviously not war, you know, not a battlefield real experience. So it gives them good training. That's why they do send a lot out there as well to take part in those. Many squadrons, once they've passed, like we said, we got here what we got. We got 12 squadron, 3 fighter, 11 fighter. They may be at Lossiemouth. They could be with number 1 fighter, 2 AC squadron, number 6, number 9, 1435 flight, 12 squadron we mentioned, and of course maybe one day a couple of options, 41 test and evaluation. Although I believe 41 test and evaluation, I think you have to have some quite a senior experience. I think that's just a guess from what they do. You've also got, let me have a little think. You could, 2 things. You could be a QFI for 29 Squadron, or you may end up being the Typhoon Display Pilot, which, although these days are made up from pilots from 29 Squadron, they did have at some point Typhoon Display Pilots were from Lossiemouth, number 6, if I remember correctly. Typhoon Display Pilots have a season of 1 season. To enter, all you got to do is answers on a postcard. No, all you got to do is write on an A4 piece of paper why you think you are good enough to be a Typhoon Display Pilot, or at least write your reasons down why you feel that you should be a Typhoon Display Pilot. It's as simple as that, actually, if I remember correctly. You just write down why, and then you'll hear back. Shortlisted of 4, bit of sim work, and then a sit-down chat with your warrant officer, which I guess is quite scary. first airfields actually related to 12 Squadron. The Lancasters. From a base that was too far from Lincoln City.
Where are they?
Wonderful Typhoons, the latest that's here, and then what was here before. There we go. Look. Our very first aircraft operated here arrived in February 1941. The base opened in November the 4th, 1940, and the first aircraft. If we think of what we've got a fighter jet, multi-swing roll aircraft with 19,800 pounds of payload, and the very first with 4,000 pound payload. The lovely Handley Page Hamden of 106 Squadron arrived here February 1941. Max speed 247 miles per hour as opposed to what was that, Mach 0.33 thereabouts, compared to Mach 1.8 of the Typhoon. But this beautiful Handley Page Hamden, a few of the twin engine bombers powered by the Bristol Pegasus 18 9-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engines of 1,000 horsepower, and then you've got 20,000 pounds of prestige on the Typhoon. But there we go, we've got to start somewhere. So RAF Coningsby started life out from November 1940 as a bomber station, and that all changed in 1969 when the very first fighter aircraft, the Phantom, arrived with number 6 Squadron. So Coningsby's seen a few changes in its era. It entered the jet era in 1953 with the English electric camber as well. But at the moment we're looking at this beautiful Handley Page Hamden. And 106 Squadron weren't alone. They were joined by 97 Squadron with the very, very poorly, with a poor reputation, the Avro Manchester. Although I do sympathise with it, from what I believe it was kind of forced into the battlefield. It wasn't quite ready, but that led on to the Avro Lancaster, which was also based here. Got a new aircraft to add here actually. Sounds like we had some Avro Lincolns as well, very late in Coningsby's history. So if you see this, don't panic, don't be alarmed. They do mock exercises, usually every day. It's just catching it. They'll give in a scenario where the aircraft has crashed, how many persons on board, etc. Quick reaction, quick response time. And they do that daily, from what if I remember correctly. Got a crash team and the fire and rescue team, so big shout out to the medics and the fire teams, called the crash. Call sign will be crash 1, crash 2, etc. Very important. Love the t-shirt, young man.
There we go. Practice. Now, Coningsby has a few gate guardians, especially squadron guardians. Just behind the guard room is, into the base, is the Phantom and the Tornado. And just behind these hangars is an English Electric Lightning of 29 Squadron. The Lightning was not based here, by the way. It was, there are two. There's one here at 29, and there's another one at outside number 11 Squadron. There's also the Harrier. There's also a Harrier somewhere. You can see it if you are fortunate enough to stand by tower. So yeah, I guess you can probably see that on Google Maps or Google Earth. There might even be a Jaguar logo above one of the hangars. I don't know if it's still there. Maybe. Okay, we've got a 4-ship coming up. Low approach, here we go. in the circuit.
Nice, look at the control, beautiful.
Nicely done. Full blades in the downwards position. There we go. Creating a bit of drag just to slow down the aircraft. Markings of the number 11 Fighter Squadron. World's oldest dedicated fighter squadron since 1915. How we're doing, ladies, Shanty Teddy Bears? Hope we're all good and enjoying the show so far. And it's suddenly gone nice and sunny now. So something I haven't mentioned that often, probably because there's so much info to tell you. Let's have a look. So what we're going to look at, that's a good example. Let's show you a little bit of that. Quadrupeds. Just under here, you can see just about here, there's actually, it looks like a little smile, red smile, isn't it? There's two covers that actually cover the ADPs, the aircraft's
data PTOs. Now these send all that info to the Typhoon's four computer systems, the quadruplex system that is the main fly-by-wire system for the Typhoon. That's what makes it fly, basically, keep it in the air as the Delta 4 plane can be. See there, Steve? Quadruplex system of the Typhoon. So because of the Typhoon being fly-by-wire with its unstable, unaerodynamic, shall we say, unstable airframe, it's really kind of controversial to say it like that, really contrasting, but it's got its fly-by-wire, and the four main computers, all the data is under and protected under there. Look, can you see that little smile at the front, just by the nose? Look, there's actually two, and they're like little metal pitot. They're like little triangles that move and send all the data. So that's line 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that is the important of that part. I just trod on a mosquito. I don't want to do that. To spot without the covers on, unless you're right up to a Typhoon. We'll see what squadron this is. Maybe they'll taxi past. We can have a little look. Be able to see them from there, look. You see them under there? Oh, that was cool. Oi, oi. So that, yeah, they'll be turning left. I think that's sweet, because they don't get to wave at everyone, do they? Because they'll be turning left. Hi, oi, mate. How you doing? All right?
Good, are you?
Good, thank you. Good. Love the shirt, man.
You know. Been here all week. I had to wear it today because you.
Oh, nice. Oh, what's that? You know what? There was so much heat haze, I couldn't even see it. So this will be turning right, so this should taxi past us.
see the ADPs underneath now, the aircraft's data PTOs just underneath that, under the nose cone, just where it kind of finishes, shall we say, or starts, depends how you look at it. In a pool where you could use a 12 squadron jet over there then. So aircraft, regardless of markings, can be put in a pool where other squadrons can use the jet. So that'll be why that's gone over there, even though it had 12 squadron markings with 12 over here. So there you go, so you can get caught out just like I did. See what's out there in a minute before I have a quick bit of lunch. And if you just joined us or been tuned in and enjoying it, don't forget to hit the like button. And come join us, subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And if you are subscribed, make sure you marry that up with the notification bell button as well. Oh yeah. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk as well. So thanks everyone who supported the channel today. As usual, thank you very much. Ted will just be coming on the show for some guards marches. And he's always happy being here. This is Ted's home. It is Ted's favourite base and place. This is where it all began. And, thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Fighter Squadron member here, Gary Mathers, thank you very much. Guards March, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. Thank you very much, Gary Mathers, a poor pump there. Thank you very much. Also, Keith Gregory joining the TCS Posh Officers. High five and a Guards March to you. Hello. Guards March, thank you very, very much for that. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Big shout out to Mr. Brown, Space Saver. Thank you very much. I was just about to do a Guards March. This would be a good time. So Guards March to Richard Brown for let me have this space, because it was very, very full. We may have had to not go ahead with the show today. So thank you to Richard Brown, who's with Ollie Brown, for saving a space for me and sacrificing his space. So thank you very much. Otherwise a stream from Coningsby car park in town would have been a very different stream, wouldn't it, Ted? So Guards March, thank you very much. Hamzah, high five, thank you very much. For gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, a Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Simon Morchorn, Paul Pump, high five. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's absolutely amazing. Thanks for your support, Simon, man. And of course, being a Spanner Flight member as well. Margot as well, who's also part of our Spanner Flight with the super sticker. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Also, another Spanner Flight support as well from White Wizard. High five to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. MC Pix, 20 months membership. Oi oi, love the stream. Turn and burn. Thank you very much. John Parrott, not the snooker player, member for 6 months. Congratulations on your 6-month milestone. Thank you very much. You've turned red, and 6 months are a year. Thanks again for the fab stream. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. A Guards March for you. Thank you. And White Wizard, thank you very much. A Paul Pump and a high five. Let's get some blue skies in there as well. Guards March, thank you very much, White Wizard. What up? Thank you very much from West Coast. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Paul Pump, high five, and a Guards March. Thank you very much. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you for the super sticker. Guards March.
Ted!
Oi oi!
Oi, oi!
And Richard, congratulations, 20 months membership. Wow, TCS is the best. Oi oi from Ohio. Thank you very much. And Richard, thank you for the super chat. Look at this, TCS is the best. Thank you very much indeed for that. Lovely words. And Hazel Ra, member for 10 months, still popping in. TCS crew, big hello all. Oi oi, thank you very much. Andrew Porter, Guards March. Oh, bless you. For Richard Brown, that's really kind. Thank you very much. And Bathtub UUB 2. Love from the boys behind you. Well, we'll have a look in just a sec. Guards March, thank you very much to the Bathtub boys. Bathtub UUB, thank you very much. Guards March, watching live. Oh, Paul, how you doing, man?
All good. You loving it?
I am.
Yeah, sun's out.
I don't want to take the jacket off, it'll curse it. It'll jinx it.
Nichols can't do that.
It will jinx it. If I take it off, it's going to rain.
Yeah. It's not warm enough yet for an ice cream,
There we go. Right, ladies and teddy bears, I'll be right back. Just going to go and grab something to eat. Right, time for a bite. See you in a bit. Time for some scran. Oh, right. Actually, saying that, I need to put the cover on. Hey man, how you doing? All right. How's it going? Okay. All right. Your brother's in front. You all right?
Another operation.
Is that all right?
Next month.
Yeah, they were pretty loud. Looks like he's going to get a good one.
Well, they said it a bit hotter state today.
Yeah, they reckon he's going to get
Was
a
it?
good slot for this afternoon for the demo, really.
Yeah, the sun should be all right by then. You're right, yeah.
Well, it was awesome yesterday.
Was it?
Good.
Oh, yeah.
Have you got any stuff on board?
I'll show you. Give me 1 second.
It used to be in your own. 60 quid a night. Be able to literally I'm washing pots this morning, watching Typhoon buzzing. The other day we had hurricane out circling the spread. Long.
It's a small, might be alright. Might.
I got my own custom wallet. You'll still like it.
That's the right version. Mine yet. So, it's that is the latest one, yeah. Wristbands, they are absolutely, I think they got glow in the dark, landmarks, little badges.
Got the little keychain.
Oh no, I haven't. No, sorry. Oh, cool, nice one. Yeah, you've been alright. Yeah. Oh, no, nice good to see you again.
I'll put shorts on, so here we go.
I've had a reply back from Margot. Sent Margot a text saying, "Are you was you in the car park today?" She went, "No, I'm not there today. Should are you there?" I went, "Yeah." never met her like that. She's so polite on the text.
Yeah.
I've never, like I said, I've never met her.
Yeah, no, you'll be here. I'm sure you'll meet her at some point.
Yeah, it's Typhoon.
So there's a Typhoon pilot. There'll be Marco around. So I wouldn't surprise me if she's in one of those coaches in there. Yeah, where the fuck is the job? Yeah, never looked back. Went for it. No. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, sure. If I've got an XS, I might have an XS. I'll have a quick look. There might be. I'm not back at 5. Start one, yeah?
Yes, please.
I've got to go for you.
Thank you. Hang on to that. Because I'm not that one. I'll put it somewhere. Hang on to that. If I've got a
It's a little bit big, but
nice of you. Like, didn't know it came with that feature. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much.
Back into dinner. You know, like when we go to shows and stuff like that.
I want one of them blowing in the dark.
I think actually that yesterday goes straight up and stuff like that. Well, they'll be gone down to 2, will they?
No, they'll be back. They'll come back in. They might change back to that. I think they're coming for dinner.
Yeah. So they're pulling one out here now.
Yeah. Dinner time, isn't it?
Yeah.
How's she doing, alright?
What, my mother? Yeah.
I can say that about the wife, but who
I'm still rolling, by the way.
I don't want it on YouTube.
She's sat in car making them so they're nice and crisp.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much.
Me and Mom has to put him down to let's get to the vet.
Thank you very much. No worries.
So glad I've got the out because I've been wanting one for ages.
It suits you, man. That's cool. They were an accident. The plan. I did know I agreed to it. It was supposed to be all the white ones, like this. And they didn't put them in action. Ted the better seller.
Yeah!
They're really good.
Yeah, it's really cool. I really like that.
Alright, I'm just going to go and get my chair and do something to eat.
Yeah, you never get a chance for a break, do you? Do you?
It's cool.
It's a damn good. Really look good. I took a picture of you from across the side. Better when we don't have to go home afterwards. We could just go across there and stop in here.
The pocket chair, leave them fit in your bag. The pocket chair, look at this.
The famous pocket chair.
It's all about the pocket chair, isn't it?
You do me one of them when I come in the truck. Where'd you get that from?
A military surplus shop in Loughborough.
Just try to fit as much in that as I can. Print it up the Mac, yeah?
Mac loop. Last time I went.
That was something inside.
That's all right.
Ted, what are you doing in there?
That's probably red Ted. I went last year. I don't know. I think I went September. I think.
Not the year before, the week that.
Since he's back fit,
The very rare time that
I think so, yeah.
Lake News was on night.
I
So I never
said
saw
to him
it. It was nice.
I've not been up since I've had cancer.
Well, I put a bed in the back of the
I couldn't climb the hill.
Being small, I can get away with it. I'm going to do the same again as some other people. There's a lot of fair trade.
Got back on now though, I can stand inside and watch out something. Ted's brother's in front. Screaming in. Ted's twin brother next to Red Ted. Ford Cougar. Everybody loves him. It's hybrid, sports design. Alright, Science loves him, but my dad's favourite colour, and my mum never let him have a green car. So, no, my dad's passed away. My dad's passed away last time. I've had it in his honour, but yeah, everybody loves him. They're so comfortable. Don't have a look inside if you want.
You have to watch it. It's bad.
Everyone was taking a few friends up there. Like I say, you played a woman, but do you remember all that Force Bimble, yeah, with a light and all that? And we done, like he was saying, nothing and the W salaries about, if he was working out much more and all that, and he was
Somebody to come and say hello.
Hi, how's it going?
To meet.
Yeah, how's it going? All right?
Good, yeah, thanks, yeah.
So far. I know. This has got better now.
So we're just waiting for the Typhoon Display Team.
Well, we'll look in the next hour.
So whereabouts would you be stood there?
Oh, okay. Yeah, fine. Yeah, you all right, yeah?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, hopefully. Now we'll be up. Oh, yeah, you will do there.
Yeah.
You'll do it at Wellington, that's quite good, but they're away at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully.
Cool. Right, so I'm going then.
No point coming all this way without seeing Ted, innit?
blackjack. We were on yes, which is the lighting. I take a picture of such better.
Yeah, there we go.
Ready?
No worries, no problem at all. You too, enjoy.
You're incredible. Thank you very much. So nice.
Yeah, do my best. I've got to remember a lot of history, but it's fine. Thank you.
Teacher in school.
Well, I thought I'd try and keep it fun.
Yeah.
There is the technical side, but because everyone's got different levels. So
Yes,
if I keep it
down that middle.
yeah, right in the middle.
Yeah.
Without,
On the flight line.
yeah, without confusing myself as well at the same time.
We get there on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's all good.
The pitch next to them.
No, it's not.
You're right.
Husband was in the way, not you.
There's actually
I'm always in the way.
see if we can get in and out nice.
Yeah.
See that? So there's thinking, there's a bit of science there. Nikos. Yeah. You can call me Ted if you want, of course, Ted. But yeah, Nikos. Ted. Ted's Ted. You met Ted.
See you later, Nico.
Take care, man. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm good. You've got a great kind of you.
I had my fingers crossed for an hour.
Thank you,
Oh, it's been a good day.
yeah, it's been great, hasn't it? Yeah. So it's typical
What's that, buddy?
F-15 all over Holby.
Oh, yeah.
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 I just all I kept thinking was, oh no, Nicholas, that's not going to do this.
Oh
It's
man.
just like,
Yeah, especially as you did it as a got everything done in the morning and shot up there. Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, they all fired. It would have been probably the best day at Holby.
Considering the night one with the Chinook, and then the ones which you call
Oh, Tahoe flight. Yeah, Tahoe flight will always be in.
Yeah, every time because you see that and how you can.
I believe I got that. Literally reading the other day. No rule like that. Photography. Don't bother with the bombs tracking them. Just go straight to the target and wait. And I was like, oh, I was shocked. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna try. The first one you'll notice was obviously I didn't know where the ground was, so I kept going a little bit. One eye, like on the ground. I couldn't believe I even did it. Well, yeah, shocked. But yeah, it was.
Nailed that one.
It was amazing. They did it a few times as well.
It's still one of the best ones.
Yeah, I had the test cam ready on it. Yeah, I had it ready yesterday. So good.
That's nice to see that. Bears doing well, alright. Bears okay.
They're all fine.
Behaving.
Yeah. There's some rattling in here earlier.
Yeah, that'll be red.
It'll be red Ted, yeah. I don't know which one it will be.
Well, this is what
That one there with the cover on it.
yeah.
No, that one.
going to be one with the centre.
Yeah. Which I couldn't see in the other one. Comes out. Looks like 16s were playing around on that road.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
What, today?
Yeah.
Oh, right, cool.
From what we've been watching and seeing, from people sending stuff. Ah, the famous. Yeah. They're brilliant, aren't they? Yeah, but do you do Pac-Man? I was waiting for you to go at that. That's brilliant. I'll leave you be. Enjoy your lunch. Alright.
Thanks, man.
That's alright. I'll remind you of that later.
Brilliant.
One about orbit, taking one back.
Jacket's off. I know, it's off, mate. It's unbearable.
Yeah. Well done.
One of those? Another one? I don't know. Look. Not one whole right You're just playing hide and seek. I recommend to
No, it's all right. Yeah, I've got one of them. Come on. No, you're not the No. Tim badge. See, it's not nothing big. Sure. You go, I'm stopping in. Wait.
Just here. Right, here we go.
You put your thumbs up then, no?
Alright, no worries at all. Well, have a good birthday. Hopefully in about 45 minutes they get something good up.
What did they do it? What is it?
You might get a practice display.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Yeah. Wow.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Who are you with?
Beautiful. How we doing? I was just about to pour a cup of tea and I was like, hang on a minute. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby, Ted HQ.
touch and go. Here we go. What's the second one doing? Aero braking. Look at that, aerodynamic braking at its finest there. Now what appears to be a wheelie, a very long one sometimes, there is a purpose to it, there is a point to it. It's creating a lot of drag. It's like turning the undercarriage into a parachute to create drag. Look, to expose it. It's a bit like sticking your hand out of a moving vehicle and you can feel the drag. And the point of it is to just aerodynamically slow down the aircraft, create drag to the undercarriage. All that weight's pushed down from the undercarriage, and the point of it is to relieve stresses to the front nose gear and the braking systems. There it is, beautiful. And then stick on a bit of four-plane action there to slow it down as well. Again, creating drag. All about drag, all about aerodynamics. Even your car at home or wherever it is, even your car, your vehicle. Aerodynamics and drag play a major part. The actual air brake as well, that acts as a piece of metal, shall we say, or carbon composite, probably metal actually, I would have thought. But actually it's a good point. It's going to be strong, whatever it is. I think it is carbon composite. Again, it's like sticking a piece of, like a spoiler on your car to weigh it down, to push it down using the drag. And that's what these four planes are doing, creating drag, pushing the aircraft down to slow it down.
gents and teddy bears, hope you're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby. We are live here at Ted HQ. Oh yeah. Welcome to the show.
I was across there at the caravan, nice and warm. Yeah. I'll follow Ted. You can probably subscribe to it. Oh yeah, it's fabulous. Yeah, it was. There Tuesday, I don't know properly.
Oh, it's great. I bought this for when I'm streaming at Bryce Norton, because I stream down a public footpath. Literally a good old footpath down the back of an alley or so. There's a grass verge of about that much. And I used to take my big, a proper camping chair. But people use it for walking their dogs and running, and it was like, it's lightweight, you can put it almost in your pocket, take it down the pub, you know, it's like, you know.
He's the new salesman for them chairs.
Yeah, it's like I feel like an ideal world, you know, on the shopping channels.
Have you heard any different? They're saying 215, they're telling them on BBMF
It's
talk.
about that, yeah, it's about that, yeah. Maybe 215.
Yeah.
I think they put a half an hour slot in.
Yeah.
So any time between there. Right, let's rock on. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Where's my phone gone? Oh, there it is. Let's catch up with all of you. How we doing? Good, Aaron R, Righty, Anonymous, how you doing? Hope you're good. Welcome back. Welcome Green Bats, Meth, Margot, Andrew Porter, Righty. Hope we're all good. Christopher Carr, how you doing? White Wizard, what up? How we doing? RSVP, hope we're all good. Mark Garwood, Harris Timmins. Do AD Causer, how you doing? And thank you for getting us to 87.8k. Will it be 88k tomorrow? We shall see and find out. Thank you very much for the support. Oh, well, Sean Allison, who's behind me. How you doing? The Plain Guy, Anonymous. How we all doing? T Annex. Lovely. So how we doing? Right. We've got everything. We've got all over there. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome. So yeah, ladies and gents, teddy bears, welcome. Hope we're all good. Time for a maybe have time for a quick, could do a little bit of quick history. Hang on one sec. How we doing, ladies, sheds and teddy bears? I'm gonna run down a quick bit of history with some extra pieces for you, like I normally do. Let's see if I've got everything here to hand. Let's see what we're gonna. Right, how we doing? Here we go. Right, I'm gonna try and add some additional info for you. Just been having a quick read the last few days, and seeing about the development of the Lancaster and what happened to the Manchester as well. So yeah, ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome. How we doing? I'll do a quick brief version of my usual rundown with history. I'll try and add in some points and facts as well. So yeah, but I'll tell you what I do find interesting is the development of airfields and their sort of diminishing of them after the First World War. So you've got to think about it. You know, you've just experienced the First World War. What do? You've got 300 airfields, the war's over. 11/11, 1918, war's over. So what do? Do you keep your airfields? Do you keep some? Is it going to happen again? Well, you learn from it. And after the war, there was 300 military airfields. I think by the time 1927 came, there was about just 1924, there was about 27 left. That's all we had. So the initial point was maybe we'll keep some and maybe, you know, something could happen. But don't forget, let's think of the construction, a simple airfield. That's all we had with a control tower. But while this is going on, we've got biplanes during that time, and as the progression happens, we're starting to get into the monoplane, the real good, solid Rolls-Royce Merlin engines and Bristol Pegasus, Bristol Hercules, all these started to come in and so on, which kind of made a few of the aircraft obsolete by the time they come out, such as the Handley Page Hayford, which was a huge biplane bomber. Didn't really go into operational service, but similar fate. But luckily it did have did serve quite well, was the Gloucester Gladiator, if you've ever heard of that. That was a pretty cool aircraft, and the thing is, by the time that got released, then we had Hurricanes and Spitfires. The Hurricane came first, and then in August 38 was the Spitfire. So you're starting to get, you're gonna make aircraft obsolete, and obviously the ground that's running on them as well. By the time we got to heavy bombers, grass airfields weren't really the thing. However, that didn't come into effect until December 1940, where the Air Ministry said any new airfields being built will be the hardened concrete Class A configured runway. So plans for here, 1937, plans to start building it, and it got into effect built on November the 4th, 1940, and it was designated to number 5 Group Bomber Command, who at one point actually formed at RAF Mildenhall just for a month, and that was in 36, 37. Everyone all right? Yeah, they came here and moved to St Vincent's Hall in Grantham. All right, so we've got an airfield built, simple grass runway configured, lovely. There we go, so that's all good. But however, as things progress, you're going to find out that Coningsby actually closed to allow room for the Avro Lancaster. So first to arrive didn't happen on that same year that it was built. It was first residents were 3 months later, and it was 106 Squadron with squadron markings Zulu November. Now they came here with the legendary the Handley Page Hampden, also known as a nickname, the Flying Suitcase. Why was it called a flying suitcase or a flying tadpole? Well, because the actual fuselage was just 3 feet wide. That's a meter, that's it. I'm not sure if I could manage that. So if you're claustrophobic, I mean, let's face it, bombers anyway, whether it's a Lancaster, if you've ever been in one and fortunate enough to be in a B-17, which I've been in, they are rather claustrophobic, to say the least. So a 3-foot fuselage, that's quite bad. So it was called the Flying Suitcase as well, and the Flying Tadpole. The other problem with it as well, bless it, is the cockpit. You have a bit of a problem if your pilot was to get injured or worse, because of the folding seat situation. It was almost impossible to get the pilot out so someone else could take, if they were able to do so, to take control of the aircraft. But there again, like I've said, we've got to start somewhere. So 106 Squadron came with these. They went straight into combat the next day with raids over Cologne in the next month. So they went into raids in March of 1941. Joining them though was 97 Squadron. Markings for them are Oscar Foxtrot, a bit like Offutt Air Force Base's markings, isn't it? But they came in number 97, but they came here with the Avro Manchester. Now 97 Squadron, they were at RAF Waddington. They did come to and fro. 207 Squadron had the Manchester. They were the first ones to actually operate the Avro Manchester. Now you're probably thinking, Avro Manchester, what's that? Well, I'll show you something that it developed into, which was something that you've probably all heard of, the Avro Lancaster. So here we had Manchesters and Handley Page Hampden bombers as well. So this is what it developed into, but it didn't quite look like this, and I'll explain in just a moment. So Avro and his men, like Roy Chadwick, hello, my engines are going, pretty cool, isn't it? This would have been 6 foot shorter on the Avro Manchester, with 2 Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now they were quite powerful, producing just over 17,000 horsepower of power. All right. The problem was it wasn't quite developed quite yet. In fact, they even pulled it out of production at one point. They actually stopped it because of certain things. It was kind of forced into battle because you've got your almost aging Handley Page Hampden, not a lot of power, but Roy Chadwick and Avro, they put in some seriously powerful engines, 1700 horsepower. That's quite impressive. They were the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now, the very first Mark looked a bit like this, except it only had 2 engines, and the tail had 3 tails on the Mark 1. It looked like the H, as you see here, but it had a what looked like a Wellington bomber tail, so it had 3 stabilizers on there. That changed, and they made a Mark 1A without that, so it started to look like a twin-engine Lancaster. The problems were the Air Ministry and the Royal Air Force were put under pressure to get something a lot more powerful into the skies. The engine was pretty much the problem, and Roy Chadwick knew this, but the problem is you are now been told we need it yesterday. So in came the Avro Manchester, which they thought was going to be good because of the 1700 horsepower engines times 2. The problem was there was ball bearing issues. They started to heat up, and obviously you get engine trouble. Also, the propeller started to feather as well. There was propeller feathering. In the end, there was about 202 in production, produced already in the Royal Air Force inventory, and it was actually stopped in 1941. They said we can't take any more because the amount of losses, it had a really extremely bad loss ratio for such bomber. So that had to come to an end. In fact, I've heard stories even from here that the airmen actually decided to use the Hampdens instead of the Manchester. And I've heard a lot of stories that the amount of Manchester pilots that literally made that sacrifice to sacrifice themselves, get their crew to bail out and just try to see it to the end. So, you know, it didn't really have a good reputation like that. But anyway, these things happen, you got to develop it. So Roy Chadwick said, right, okay, instead of try to get the engines to work better, he added 6 for either side, added 4 engines to his Manchester. He used the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20. It looked like this, but the very first names were actually a Avro Manchester Mark III. It wasn't called a Lancaster just yet. The prototype was called serial number BT308, and it was just behind me about, I don't know, I think it's about 25 miles away. The backwards crow flies, is it? RAF Waddington, thereabouts. Might be wrong, but it takes about 35 minutes to get there by vehicle, I think. Anyway, so eventually it did become the Avro Lancaster, finally. Instead of fixing the engines and all the problems with that, Roy Chadwick thought, let's stick an extra 12 feet, 4 engines, not as powerful. In fact, the Avro, the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 produced about 1300 horsepower, so that's not a lot compared to the 1700, but it was more and more reliable. So there we go on that one. In fact, Waddington got a really nice Christmas present on New Year's Eve, and they managed to get themselves in 1942, they got themselves a very nice Christmas present, a set of Lancasters. Not bad, eh? Anyway, 106 Squadron were about to get a new wing commander. In fact, Wing Commander Guy Gibson came here. He was the wing commander, got promoted, and in fact, I think it was due to his success here with 18 night sorties, I think 6 back-to-back consecutive, really? We've all seen the horrors. You may have seen Masters of the Air. Imagine doing 6 of them, one after the other. But he got himself a really good reputation. In fact, the Air Ministry and the Royal Air Force actually highlighted him as a great asset. In fact, this could have led to him being chosen to become the commander of Squadron X at RAF Scampton, known as 617 Squadron. There we go. However, when the Lancasters were going to come here, there was a bit of a problem. Why? Well, we've got grass runways. Lancaster grass runways, not good. So in 1942, the runways closed and opened mid 1943. The squadrons, what happened to them? Well, just before it closed, they went away. 97 Squadron went to Woodhall Spa, 106 went to Syerston, and then eventually went to, I have no idea where the geographics is anymore. I'm going to guess that way, Metheringham. A complete random guess. If I'm wrong, 25%, east, northwest and all that. It's not far from here, our RAF Metheringham. And speaking of RAF Metheringham, the 106 Squadron spent 3 successful years there as well. So Coningsby finally had Lancasters. Now, D-Day, 6 of the 6, 1944. Coningsby's 97 Squadron took part in that. In fact, 617 Squadron were also here, by the way, just thought I'd throw them in. But they swapped with 619 Squadron. 617 went to Woodhall Spa, and 619 came here. There was many Lancaster Squadrons arriving eventually. Now, 97 Squadron took off with, I think, 18 Lancasters for D-Day. Sadly, Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, who led his flight, Z for zebra, so we would have had an OF, remember 97 Squadron markings, OF, it would have been Z for zebra. Sadly, his flight cost him his life and 3 other sets of crew. You right, buddy? Are you good? 97 Squadron and Coningsby suffered the very first losses of the RAF, and that was all in D-Day. Sadly, Wing Commander Guy Gibson perished here, or at least was going to take off from here. He was given a mission to do a raid, which didn't go very well. In fact, he was going to use a Mosquito from here, but decided to go to Woodhall Spa. But this was to cost him his life. He used KB 267, and it was of 657 Squadron's Mosquito at Woodhall Spa. Now, he was operating here with Mosquitoes, but decided to use a 657 Squadron at Woodhall Spa. Sadly, the raid didn't go ahead. It didn't go well, and that was on the 19th of September 1944. This was the last anyone ever seen of Guy Gibson. He perished over Steenbergen in Netherlands at 22:30. There are some stories that say that he ran out of fuel. Some say he was shot down. But Gibson flew 171 operational missions. Shot down 4 enemy aircraft because he was with 29 Fighter Squadron. He spent time with them as a night fighter. He died at just 26 years old. Rest in peace, and lest we forget all those men, ladies, gents and teddy bears who were in a different world, a different breed. It was that they had that press on. Like, if you know the story about Squadron Leader John Nettleton, he and his 6 Lancasters, they only had 2 left, and they didn't even get to their target. And he was even told that if you are suffering any losses, come back. But he was like, I've gone this far, we must press on. You know, that is the spirit that they had. It's unbelievable to think that. I mean, for me, if I'm losing men, I'd just go back. But no, he was like, we're going to do it. We've come this far. The other 6 in 97 Squadron for the Augsburg raid, the 17th of April, 43, wasn't that successful in a way either, because they went with 12, came back with 5. So, rest in peace. 1950, Coningsby saw B-50 bombers, Boeing Washingtons, which are B-29, so another change of era for Coningsby. When Coningsby did open, by the way, it did actually have a Class A configured runway. That's the letter A shape, the triangular runways, all hardened with concrete runways, ready for the very heavy bombers. Of course, we had the Lancasters, and in 1950, we had the Boeing Washingtons. It was not unusual, sounds like Tom Jones, to actually have a name of an aircraft called something different in a different Air Force. So the B-17s, we all know them as the Flying Fortress. In the Royal Air Force, we called them the Boeing Fortress. The Boeing Washington in the Royal Air Force was actually a B-29. The A-20 Havoc was a Boston. So there we go. 1953, Coningsby was to have its very first jet aircraft, the English Electric Canberra. Not as longer serving as it was with Marham's history of nearly 52 years. But it had its first jet aircraft and 15 Squadron, and the Greenbacks were here flying them as a medium bomber. The 60s also saw a bit of a change, of course, the influx of the much loved Vulcan bomber was here as well. The Vulcan bomber was here just over there between 62 and 64, but that went to Cottesmore. The Canberra was going to be replaced, and they had to think carefully. In fact, Coningsby was chosen to become, I know, touchy subject, the TSR2. This was going to be a TSR2 base. We all know the reasons. We don't need to go into detail. Didn't happen. The Royal Air Force then put in, I believe, a preliminary order to have F-111 aardvarks here. Eventually, it was the Spey engine Phantoms that arrived here, and there were various squadrons that we know of, and it was 1969. Coningsby closed its bomber doors and became a fighter town. So between 1940 and 1969, so 29 years, I've actually got the maths right this time, 29 years have been a bomber command area, bomber county, was now fighter town. So oh, we got a taxi. I might be able to finish up quite quickly. So we had Phantoms here. The BBMF arrived here in 1976. And finally, Harriers and Tornadoes with 41 Squadron until the 19th of May 2005. 17 Squadron brought the very first Typhoon here, followed by 29 Squadron, who were chosen to become the operational conversion unit. Then 3 Fighter came, then 11 Fighter. 41 came as well, but the latest and greatest new kids on the block is actually going to number 12 Squadron, who stood up again in 2018 and arrived at Coningsby in 2020. Now, number 12 Squadron, they are a joint Qatari, Emiri and Royal Air Force squadron. This is because of the interest of Qatar purchasing and having Typhoons in their inventory, so they chose the Royal Air Force. Why not? There are quite a few countries that operate them. Trying to think, what we got? We got Qatar, Kuwait. This is non-Europe. Saudi Arabia, and I've missed one. Yes. Yes. Omar. Yes. You are right, Omar. I'm pretty sure it's Omar. I think the lady's got it right. You are right, yeah. That was it. Really good. So yeah, so so at RAF Leeming, they actually use it like an RAF Valley. They use a Mark 167, which is similar to a Hawk T2. But we've just got a Typhoon taxi in now. Has it got a single pod in the middle? Oh yeah, that's Nath, all right. Yeah, because he's just done an air brake wave. That's got to be Nath. What? You don't? I know some pilots do an air brake wave. I'd say that's Nath. Here we go. So, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Nath is, I believe this is Nath now, the display pilot. It's about that time. Now, he's changed the routine a little bit. If you're going to do that, you then have to go back up to 1,500 feet and do a couple at that, if you are going to change it, okay? I've not seen this before happen, but if you do change it, because I've spoken to display pilots, they're not really allowed to change it without having some sort of process. And the process is go back up to 1,500 feet and do a couple of them, see how it works. Because, of course, he's never done it, you know, in the real world. He did it yesterday. Was it yesterday? Or the day before yesterday? It was yesterday. So he did. Oh, did you get to see it? You did. What was it like? Good. I wonder what he's changed. I'm gonna have a look.
He didn't. Well, hasn't done a performance takeoff. I haven't seen one.
No, he took off, went up north.
I think his plan is to run it in from behind the crowd as he starts.
Yes. Yeah. He did.
I think that's his plan.
Yeah.
But my favourite. Let me just. My favourite, actually I'll tell everyone, my favourite is Sainties. Legendary 2021 Typhoon display pilot. Now, we go to air shows and see a performance take off into a display, right? We've all seen that, haven't we? Right, so we're at an air show, here we go, performance take off on any aircraft, they just whack on the afterburn. Sainty did the most unique thing, and you'll love this. For me, this is, if you're gonna make it different, this is good. Sainty took off and went inverted all the way down the runway. I thought, whoa, can you get any closer? So it was called the Bevan brake. So Sainty took off for his display normally and then just went inverted and just went right down the runway inverted. That was good. If you're going to do something different, that was. And it was called the Bevan brake because one of their senior engineers, I think, was leaving. and they said, what would you like that's never been done before? And they said, we've never seen a Typhoon go down the runway inverted. And I'm like, okay. And it did. And it was so good. So that was 2021 Typhoon Display Pilot, Flight Lieutenant James Sainty. I don't know if he's been promoted now or could be squadron leader. We just know him as Sainty. So this is 2025 Typhoon Display Pilot, an experienced tornado pilot. In fact, Naif has the reputation of being the last ever tornado pilot to have been trained. So I did ask him in one evening. I said to him, go on, Typhoon or Tornado, what do you prefer? And I know he sneakily did fit in Tornado, but he said the capabilities of the Typhoon are something else. Send it, Naif. Call sign reheat 1. Oh,
Party time.
double check that is reheat 1. That's his call sign. Now what Naif will do, will go into a holding until he's been cleared to enter and run in for his display. Let me just double check. Yep, that's reheat 1. So what Naif is going to do now is going to show every single angle of the Typhoon over Woodhall Spa with a few warm-up manoeuvres, I think. He loves doing that. So he'll be in a holding pattern and then he'll be allowed, or cleared, shall we say, is probably the correct term. Just awaiting clearance to enter for and run in for his display. So next week, Nath will be back to 500 feet minimals. So this is going to be new for me as well as everyone else that's not seen it. So I'll have to learn his new routine now. Bless you.
Yesterday came in over BBMF. Is that the way it normally comes in?
Yeah, over the crowd.
It was his new display, wasn't it?
So I think it's time to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears, just before the display starts. And of course, subscribe to your Ted Coningsby channel. Get ready for the ride. So Nate's just into holding now. Squadron leader Nathan Scheuer, this year's Typhoon display pilot. Then from 29 Squadron, a very experienced Tornado pilot as well. A lot of noise over Woodhall Spa right now. Okay, this is it. Here we go. Running in. new.
as well, just trying to keep up with her. Oh man, that was a workout. Woo! Yeah, that was good. That was very good. I'd love to see that at 500 feet. Goodness me. That was a lot more aggressive, that, I think. I think it suited him. It's just unbelievably quick. Whew, it's like a workout trying to keep up with him. Yeah, I actually like this new routine. It's a lot more aggressive, very aggressive. It's just super quick, super good. Maybe he just doesn't like going slow, hence reheat 1. Oi, oi. Leonardo crew, how you doing? BA Systems. just giving us a beep beep. So, for those that know me, I need to learn that new display. I've got just a few techniques that I need to get my foot in right on that, just to get you a better one. I was struggling on that last bit when I went whoa. You can tell I'm struggling because I'm like it was getting a bit good, wasn't it? Goodness me, that was excellent. And well, there we go. Squadron leader Nathan Shawyer on the controls.
I've been here all week, I'm just stopping there.
Oh, you stay there? It's not fair way, though.
Yeah, it's only about an hour and 45. It's not bad.
So, hope he's happy with that.
It's a good day.
It's his second display. The changed routine.
Normally from 9.
It looks good. I have no idea how that's going to look lower. That's going to look something else, isn't it? It's a little more aggressive. It felt like it was a lot. It just felt right for Nath, really. It suited his character, that one. So a debrief after that with his supervisor, his mentor, which usually is the last season's display pilot. It's pretty cool. They get to see all the GPS tracking to see how tight and close he is to datum, that kind of thing. Just review it, but I don't think he's got anything to worry about personally. But of course, he would know best. Ready to wave at Nate and our very own squad leader. Ted will be waving, I'm sure. That is just genius. I think a dance march or
everyone in the viewing area for that applaud. I thought that was very, very sweet. And I'm sure he's going to love that when he plays this back, because I'm sure they watch it. I know he does, but that's brilliant. Nice one, Nath. That's our Royal Air Force, man. Our finest. Hi, you're right. Oh, hello, you're right. Oh, yeah, did you enjoy it? Good, it was good, wasn't it?
Is there more flying?
There should be, yeah, there should be some more takeoffs. Yeah, it's good, yeah, it's nice and relaxed and chilled and enjoy. Enjoy the day, yeah? No worries. Sent Nathan a little message. Oh, just I always give him a little feedback. You know, not the oh dear. Just wow. There we go. More movements. Improvements. More food. Here we go. So next week then we'll be seeing that at 500 feet and minimals, I guess. Pretty sure that's the plan. So that's 500 feet with a 100-foot hard deck for a flat high-speed pass and 300 feet for a steep turn. Ooh yeah. Welcome to the show, everyone. Lord Flashart, how you doing? Brings back memories of Blackadder, that. Wee Stevie Boy, Liam Ward, Alan Oakley, Dr. Soda, Mayor Marshy, Paul Mayers, Phil Filkins, Oi to all of you, Paul Mayers, Righty, Paul Burrows. Paul, how you been, man? I haven't seen you for a while. Paul Burrows, oi to you. Hope you've been well, man. Been looking out for you. I haven't seen you for a while. Hope you're good. Perez, Matman, Bush, what up? Margot, how you doing? Hope you enjoyed that. He did. He certainly did. Hope the Wales, Mark Garvey, Righty. Hope we're all good. Kevin Screener, how you doing? Oi to you. Captain A. Too bright. It's not late to hit the like button at all. And our channel, our little channel is still climbing. 87.8k. It's still going. Still riding. Okay, so more Typhoons spooling and starting up. So it's turned out to be a nice sunny day. There's another one taxiing out now, so hope you all enjoyed that so far, ladies and gents. Teddy Bears, Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby, Ted HQ, you know how it is. And another one, so we've got another two taxiing out now. Right then, mate, how you doing? All right? Oh, bless you, you sure?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, thank you.
I don't
Yeah, no, thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, I'll get something to eat with that.
yeah.
Thank you, I will. Thank you very much. Oh, we've got a takeoff now, here we go. Here we go. Welcome to Ted HQ, here we go. next up. So we've got 1, 2, 3 more, along with whatever's spooling in the at the main ASP. Okay, here we go. Time for another departure. Here we go. Bye. Look at this. PTO right there. Well, that's probably on the moon by now. Superb, wasn't it? So 2 more with a few more Typhoons spooling ready for departure.
some wood or?
What's the cinema? What's the cinema?
Never been there. I've only stayed there. I come from Bevan.
Oh yeah. I'd take a look another week.
Yeah, it's nice to the family. Got time to live for everything for it. Big cost.
Okay, here we go. More Typhoons. Two that have lined up and wait. Two that are lining up and waited. That doesn't even make sense, does it? Two that have lined up and wait. No, that still doesn't make sense. Two that have lined up and waited. That's the one. Got there in the end. So they're at their taxi holding point, just awaiting clearance from tower. Actually, that's not even lined up and wait, is it? No, they're just at taxi holding point, lining up and wait. Sorry, the sun's got to be. There you go. Can't take it, can I? So lining up and wait is when they've been cleared to taxi all the way to the final part before departure. I'll get there in the end. So taxi holding points marked with in black with yellow writing. So you got there's one here, there's a taxi holding point Delta 2. In the red is the runway number. So there is another runway strip used by the lighter aircraft and BBMF for stronger crosswinds. There's another one there, November 1, that's another holding point. Down, I think up the top is Alpha 1 and Alpha 2. There you go, there's Alpha there, look, can you see that? Alpha. There's another one there, look. Alpha 4.
Where? Yeah, no, I know where the aeroplane is.
Quite high, isn't it?
Very high.
Here we go, next departure amongst that heat haze
Typhoon gone? Oh, has it gone to the ORP? Okay, something's up. It's either waiting for another unit to join it on a flight, or there's an issue somewhere. Hang on. Let's see, ORP, Operational Readiness Platform. A safe, a bit like the EOR, just off the runway, somewhere safe. Joining that one on the ORP, or just take it off. Let's have a look. This one's going for it. The issue taxiing back, and that's why it's that'll be white. There we go. So this one's got the issue. So see, they could have been going out together in a flight, and I just have to find out what's going to happen now. Yeah, so that's got the issue. So if they're going out on a flight, so if we had a student QFI, I guess it's either get a spare and wait there. Yeah, that looks like what's happened anyway. No, he's fine.
How are you?
Yeah, good. You're right.
Yeah, watch you quite a lot.
Good, thank you.
We've got to Manchester for a few days.
Oh, nice, nice.
So we were at Waddington yesterday.
Yeah, was it good?
Yeah, it was quite good. Fairly quiet, but we're off to the Trust later on.
Oh, nice. Where are you going? Oh, what, Tattershall Castle? Oh, nice. That's good. That'd be good. Good views from up there.
I was going to say, we'll see French.
Oh, yeah, that'd be amazing. Yeah, that'd be amazing.
We've got to watch the national team.
Yeah.
Should I go take a picture of him?
Sure. That's not him, he's up here. Oh, I hope he's here. Yeah, he's here. Alright? Yeah, no problem at all. Experienced some sort of issue, so that's taxiing back. They'll either get a spare, so this again all credit to the ground crew. If that is the case again, they've got to get another jet ready on the ready.
Otherwise,
This is not going to wait for that one. That's it, end of.
Where are you tomorrow?
Lakeney tomorrow, yeah. See ya. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, I hope you're all good and feeling well and happy. Just had an email from one of our fans. Quite deep and quite sad. And an email from Andrew Geffen. In touch. Let me know, and there never is the right ways to say things, but it's told me that he sadly lost his father due to cancer last night, and he's told me a little bit about his background, and he's told me that our little channel has made a big difference the last few months. He's loved watching our streams and wished he could go back there, but he says that we've made a big difference, the channel has, and I've always been kind, because you never know what somebody is going through, which is what I've always said. And he's taken the time to write an email to me to say, trying to make the world a better place, because I've always said this, you just don't know what people are going through. You know, it's like take this Typhoon here, you know, the one that came back, for example. I don't know which one it was. You know, they look great. You know, you don't know what stresses, you know, someone is going through, whether mentally or physically. You just don't know. And just treat each day every day. Have a good time, have fun. Everyone's here having a good time. Everyone's having massive smiles, bringing their children here to, and themselves. Sometimes people bring their kids for an excuse, right? I'm just kidding. But just come and have a good time. Just enjoy yourselves. Leave back all the problems. Just have a good time. Look after yourselves out there. And I just want to say, Andrew Gethin, thank you for your email. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll dedicate the first Typhoon to your dad, who's probably watching in the skies there. All right. So blue skies to your father, mate. And I hope you're well and all the family are okay. And I'm sorry for your loss from all of us on the Ted Coningsby channel. So the first departure of these two will dedicate to Andrew Gethin's father. Hi, you alright? Oh, you okay? Oh, you alright? Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Oh.
Sorry.
No, you're alright, you carry on, it's all good.
No, it's just very moving, like you said.
Oh, thank you. Righty, thank you very much. TCS have made a big difference to a lot of people. Thanks, Righty. Pat Galloway, thank you as well. Through Storms, Jerez, thank you very much, Perry. Captain A, thank you as well. Bill Filkins, Glenn Peterson. Okay, here we go. Here we go. A little dedicated departure. It's 14:50 here in the UK, and I'm dedicating this first departure to Andrew Gethin and his father, who's watching in the skies. An icon to Coningsby is Tattershaw Castle over there, look. That features on the station's badge, the station crest. Loyalty binds me, Lady Sheds, to tell you, but look at that. I just need a I need a Typhoon. I could just Photoshop. I know it's not the same, but I'd love a Typhoon or a, oh, imagine the Lancaster going over that. Wouldn't that be just cool? And BBMF, you know, Lancaster, the Spitfires, but oh, that'd be good. more. So we're going to finish up soon. Just maybe catch a few more arrivals and we'll finish up for the day, and we'll get ready for tomorrow's show as well. That's the thing with the channel, it's always on the get-go. Thanks, Christopher Carp. Triple 5 Triple Nick, hope you're good, mate. Mark Moody, thank you. Good eye. Harwood, how you doing as well? Oi oi. More startups as well. So there we go, another Typhoon packs in, probably the one that went back, either a spare or issue resolved. I've always said if it ain't right, it ain't good for the flight, just come back. Oh, we've got another pilot in that one. Bye. Oh.
Looks like we've got a pilot in this 41 Squadron aircraft. Here he is. You got your cap back. Nice. Okay, so just going to wait for more. I think we've got one already down there, just taxied down, and then possibly this one here. Get the ground crew just moving the chops, I think. Good to see that. Okay, here we go. Another departure coming up. Here we go. That's right. Oh, I can hear the ice cream van. The ice cream van reminds me of Ria. He remembers the just one tornado. I'll have to learn those lyrics again. It was hilarious. Alright, here we go. Send it. Oh, hello. Departure coming up. 41 Squadron, I think it is. Taxiing down there now. Are you off, buddy?
Yeah, I've got to shoot one.
Alright, mate. I'll see you next week, or are you back next week?
Next week.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, man. I'll get the no Teds up on Sunday.
Just
See what's happening. I'll try Whole Beach again.
yes.
I'll try and push that cloud cover away. Give it another go. Thanks, man. Take care. See you, man. Thank you.
see what we got coming back in.
Try and get my
This one ain't hanging about, is it? Look at this. It's like, I'm out. I'm going. Hang on. This one means... here we go. Wow. So Anonymous, thank you very much. High five to you, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Greenbats, oi oi. Andrew Porter, Guards March to you as well, thank you for the super sticker. Yeah. Daniel Walker, oi oi amigos, Righty72 and MIA Kino. Maybe he's not actually MIA. Anonymous as well, I love a cup of tea. Me too. In fact, I'm going to go and have one in just a second. Guards March, thank you very much, Anonymous. Anonymous, again, another super chat. Thank you very much, Guards March, who's put, I'm a milk in first kind of guy. Okay, okay, no worries. If you want to, yeah, no worries, we'll get that. Guards March, thank you very much. Anonymous 5 for dipping. Digestives and chocolate hot-dogs. Okay, Guards March, well thank you very much for the way you have your cups of tea. Thank you very much indeed. We'll have our little routines, and why not? What makes you unique, Guards March. We Stevie Boy, Boss for the Boss, thank you. Do you know what, I'm going to go and get some Boss after this. I think Ted deserves some Boss and some salmon, don't you Ted? Yeah, nice one, Guards March. He does love salmon. He is a bear, that's what bears eat, isn't it? Well, you know, like every bear has their own superfood. Like Winnie the Pooh, what was it, honey, and Paddington Bear is marmalade. Well, Ted loves salmon. Why not? And imagine their parties then. You've got honey, salmon, oh, salmon glazed salmon. That's honey glazed salmon. That sounds good, doesn't it, Ted?
Gary Mathers, absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Nath, and thank you, Nikos, for another brilliant stream. Thank you very much, Guards March. Thank you for the super chat. Bernie Haggard, member for 7 months. Glory, great camera work to go with a great display. Thank you for your kind words. Gary Mathers, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March, thank you so much. A Guards March for Gary Mathers, who's put, sorry guys, I forgot to say oi oi and good afternoon everyone in Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you very much. Oi oi, see ya. Private Ale, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A high five to you and a Guards March. Jojo for our TCS family. Whatever you're going through, we're here to listen or just brighten your day and Ted and Nikos and take your mind off things for a while. Through storms, hashtag together. Thank you very much for your kind words, Jojo. Guards March. A Guards March for 555 Triple Nick. And Nick Ward, thank you very much. Guards March to you. Put through storms we fly. With the help of this incredible channel and family, I'm still here to tell the tale. And now I even have my own F-16 squadron. that was hilarious that day, mate. That was funny. That I couldn't believe it. Scorcher, Guards March, thank you very much for your super sticker. A Guards March to you as well, mate. Thank you very much, Scorcher. Ease off. Right, plan of action then, ladies, gents, teddy bears. We'll catch just a couple of arrivals and Ted and I. Bye, see ya. Oh, everyone's leaving. We'll catch 1 or 2 arrivals and then Ted and I will pack up for the day so we can get ready for tomorrow. We may even have another departure. Hang on, I think we have as well. Yep, something's taxiing from the south side of the base. Typhoon down there. Yeah, let's see what we've got coming back in. Okay, here we go. It's time for departure. Lots of you shouting PTO. Let's see.
you go straight down, or you go down towards the memorial, so up to the top of it, then turn right and go, and then turn left, and you put
Here we go.
lose my battery on the camera. Wow. That was a bit sad, wasn't it? Oi, oi, how's it going? All right? How's it going? Okay. That was very good, wasn't it?
Did you know it was different?
Yeah, it was a lot more aggressive, I think.
Yeah.
Leaping salmon wasn't there. It was just straight into the. So there was and there was a lot more tight turns in there.
Maybe Turbo's copy of it.
It could be. I don't know. The leaping salmon wasn't there.
Yeah.
It just it was a lot more tighter. There was a lot more tight. It was a lot more compact.
Copyright infringement, I reckon.
Gosh. Oh dear. Maybe Ted had a word. Don't know.
If you cut the PTO,
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure. We'll find out at one point. What the change is, but it suited him, to be honest. It suited the display, to be fair.
what was that maneuver you said? That one,
Oh, doing like the negative G turn.
What? Oh,
He's got
that's
it like that. He's going.
and he goes out. He goes out quite a bit before he comes.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks painful.
Yeah.
Hi, mate. You all right?
display one, is he coming back out, or is that it?
That's him for today,
That's
done.
it,
Yeah.
okay, mate, is it?
Yeah.
Well, let's go and get a drink first.
Yeah.
Take this back over now.
Right. You reckon much more than a flight like this, or is it
Oh, what, today? I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't even expecting that one. Well, there could be more. I don't know. There might be more.
Because like I said, I left it till about 3:15 last week, and then six literally rolled onto the floor.
Yeah, you just
and,
yeah,
off I
just
went.
stay as long as you want, man. That's the guarantee. You're gonna get something. Enjoy. Enjoy.
Where the buses are, next one and next one. Yeah, shut it now, mate. It was open.
Right, we're going to make movement.
Okay, mate. Yeah, take care, man. Yeah, you too, mate. Yeah. All right, buddy. You take care.
What I'll probably do is sometime tomorrow, I'll probably give you a thing on YouTube.
All right, mate.
See how things are going.
Sure.
So look out, give us a shout.
Will do, man. Will
All right, mate.
do.
You take care.
That-
Nice seeing you again, buddy.
Your Lancaster polos. Let me have a look at it. That is 97 Squadron.
Right.
In fact, I was talking about that today. Zebra flight. That's OF. Yeah, Oscar Foxtrot, Zebra, Zebra. Yeah. Sadly, that was took off from here, and him and sadly 3 others were the first losses on D-Day. The first losses of D-Day. Which was oh yeah. Yeah, the ZJ9s have gone.
Yeah, and can you remember the other one, the old caramelised one? The one that they had before?
Oh, what, Blackjack? Yeah,
No,
914.
the other one, was the camouflage.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
Lossy, yeah.
so both of them's gone back to Lossy.
Yeah, they were, yeah, they have, yeah. Oh, there you go.
Right, you take care,
Yeah,
buddy.
you
Like I
too.
said, I'll give you a go on
All right, mate. No worries. Take care, man. Oh, another table. talking to the gentleman just there, I said, you just don't know. And there we go, I wasn't even expecting another departure just then. Take care, man. See you later. G'day, mate. How are you? You alright? You alright? What you got there? Oh, right. I see. Got a V1. Oh, nice. It's going through the buds. Alright. Runs out of fuel. You know what'll happen. Yeah. Gotta be careful if that runs out. Told you. Oh no. Where'd he go? Oh, I don't know. Did he leave? Oh dear. Typhoon now on initial. Looking good, looking good.
No chemical in there. They put inside the water.
No, she is pretty fast.
But you can cook her now.
See ya, bye.
Light, everything is okay? Yeah. Maybe after the started.
Little way then. Yeah. Little way.
know how many he's left out, Eddie?
I don't, buddy. I don't know. There's there must be quite a few.
Keep going round and coming back.
That's it, when you start doing touch and go,
I've had best of both worlds.
So we've got a vehicle being recovered behind us, sadly. And I say sadly to the owners. Bless them. There we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. What do you reckon of that? What a day. That's it. Gear's not down. Low approach, that's alright, we're good now. Not a good time to sneeze, was it? That was really bad timing to sneeze then. Okay, gear down, here we go. Let's just get into position. Oi, oi!
Ladies, gents, teddy bears, as we finish up for the day, just don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. We are climbing high, like this one. Nice. You've enjoyed the action today, what we got for you. Hope you enjoyed the new routine for NAF's display for 2025. It was excellent. I did like the new routine. It was very, very tightly compact. We finish up now. Thank you very much, ladies and gents, teddy bears. Right, we are solid. The time is absolutely brilliantly with the there we go. Wow, we're a bit zoomed in, Ted. Actually, any commentator will tell you there's no point talking over a Typhoon.
ladies, gents, teddy bears. What a great ending like that then, eh? That was cool. Loved it, loved it, loved it. I hope you're all good. RAF Coningsby, thank you very much. A salute to all of you and all of our viewers. Thank you so much. I hope you've had the best day ever today. It's been good. It's been a good ride. And I hope you've had a brilliant day with us. So thank you so much, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, for today. So tomorrow we are back at the 48th. See what's going to happen there. So thank you very much, everyone. It's been an absolutely enjoyable day. Typhoon Display Team, thank you very much. That was excellent. Well done, Nath. You should be proud of that. Thank you. And all of the Typhoon Display Team that put that together. And of course, our RAF Coningsby, securing the skies. Always. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, my name's Nick Oss, cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby, Ted HQ. So for the last time for today, it's see you soon. Wish you well. Hit the button, Ted. Let's ride. No, it's not bullseye, Ted. Oh dear. Right. See ya. Got to hit the button and we're good. Oh man, brilliant. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support.